Good, welcome back to the stream. Let's pray that everything works today, but we shall see. No guarantees. That's also why I got the Mimic View music. Let me advance this so there's music. Also why... Oh, that's interesting. It kind of says where you last left off. Huh, because usually this is the courthouse. Cool. Well, anyway, it's also why I got myself out here. You know, we'll keep myself out until the game just absolutely, or not the game, my provider absolutely dies and shoots itself, and I become a stutter, and then I delete myself to semi-keep the illusion up that everything's normal. Yeah, that's not good. There we go. There we go. Well, shall we? And we get... Wait, you didn't see that? I don't know if you saw the mouse. The adventure of the unspeakable story. Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Oh god, I gotta get into the voice acting. I should have made myself some tea today. Oh, and we're dying already. Isn't that fantastic? Let me see how bad that is. It seems very bad. Yeah, that is not very cool. I guess I'll... Yeah, I think I'll just delete myself straight away. Unlucky. Lasted a whole 3 minutes. Goodbye. Okay. In that case... This... Everything's fine? Wait, is everything fine? What's happening? What is going on? Okay, no, everything is fine. Besides my connection, obviously. Gina, I could be wrong, but... Is it something to do with that, what happened 2 months ago? Something about the trial? The one in which Magnus McGilded was acquitted? The case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the Omniverse? You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Will you tell us about it now? The trial 2 months ago. Have you seen? It all happened 2 months ago. The cops got hold of him. got hold of me and shoved me in the witness stand. Based on your testimony, Mr. McGill was declared innocent. Yeah, well, thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. Knew it. We are actually speed running the bad connection today. Took us a while yesterday to get to 30, but we're already there. Knew it. Let me do a couple of things here. Let me do that now. Yeah, that's fine. There we go. And what sort of thing did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubby hole. Couldn't see a thing, and then I heard a loud thud. Like someone falling on the floor. And that's when Mr. McGill discovered you. Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. There weren't much light to see by, but when I looked at me hands, he had the ghost blood all over him. I was so scared I couldn't even speak. You had his blood on your hands? In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw through the skylight. Then Mr. McGill started asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were and why you were hiding under the seat? Yeah, he did. Only, that's not all. What do you mean? I mean, he threatened me. Threatened you how? Made me swear about what I'd seen and what I'd heard. About what he was gonna do after the gold was found there. Made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about it, any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scrape her before the coppers showed up. Gina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. And that's a lot. You said Mr. McGill made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw. But you were in a pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, with Mr. McGill sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but it was when I heard the thud of the gulf hitting the floor. I let a little scream, see, couldn't help it. McGill heard that and dragged me out by the arm, and that's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer where I'd been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny. A disc? You mean... Yeah, that's it. The one with the D took off me at Windy Banks. So the music box disc was there on the floor of the omnibus. Not for long. McGill did spotted it straight away. Picked it up smartish and stuff. Oh no, he picked it up smartish and stuffed it in his side pocket. His inside pocket. So that disc was in the omnibus months ago at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. And the bog trotter told me, trying to mutter a word of it to no one. So it was so dark under that seat in the cab. It was straining me ears the whole time. the murders Mason, what do they mean? After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably that was Mr. McGilder getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh? So I could have definitely made out the footsteps of two people. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGilder and the victim, Mr. Thrice Fire Mason. As it was dark, I was straining my ears. Is the same level as I can't hear anything, it's too dark in here? I mean, I think what you just meant was it was dark, so she, tried to focus on her hearing more. That kind of straining, not she overworked her ears. In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilder claimed he slept during the carriage ride. But I mean, I'm also guilty of that kind of behavior. It's like when you drive a car and you need to focus, so you turn the music down a little bit, even though that does not really help you at all with, seeing and steering. But bravery in my... I mean, my... But whenever I'm in a carriage, I am taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. And your own testimony, Gina, supported this. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Yeah, it weren't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear him talking the whole time in low voices. What? What were they talking about? Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud. The horses were too loud? How crazy were those horses going? But that still tells us something. Mr. McGill and the victim knew each other. Didn't we already know that, considering that the victim loaned money from Mr. McGilded? So McGilded was lying, as I suspected. I knew it weren't gonna take long before someone raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. Just saw 200 frames play out in 1 second? Jesus. I mean, we're already, like, my connection is flickering on and off, like, insanely hard right now. I don't know why today is the craziest day yet, but we've been here for 14 minutes and we're already at 36% drop frames. So when the cab came to a stop, McGilder told me to hide back under the seat again. I climbed in and waited. The two cops come from up top ran off to get the coppers. Yeah, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Stupid election interfering with the internet. Stupid internet interfering with my quality time. Right. And after they're gone, McGilder asked the driver to do him a favor. In case my internet ever gets shoddy again, I even put like the other Ace Attorney games into my wishlist right now so I can get them on sale someday. Just preemptively getting visual novels ready. A favor? Now then, fella. What I need you to do is take this code of mine and deposit it with the nearby pawnbroker. And for your travels, let's see now. I give you 10 guineas. A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yep, you got it. It was Windy Banks. The coach snapped up the money and ran off to pop his score as fast as he could. Then there he was, no one left in the carriage. McGill opened the box under the seat and let me get out of there. But not without conditions. See, what were Mr. McGilded's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean. Not telling us so. Not for anything. But what I saw and what I heard. And there was something else as well. There's more. Yeah. It's the most important thing, he said. I'm after sending the coachman on a little errand for me with some small change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked him for? Did you see anything at all? At all? What, did you see anything at all? At all? You asked him to pop your weasel, right? Aye. The fiend's taken me overcoat to deposit with a pawnbroker hereabouts. And I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right. And I can fetch it from you later. Sometime within the next 2 months. You're to hang on to it until then. Is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it. Alright then. And in case I might happen to be delayed at all, you have to go to the pawn shop, Windybank's Surides, and you're to extend the loan before the 2 months is up. You forget, the article will be forfeit. Any old fiend can come along and buy it. Eh? But I ain't got that kind of brass. Here's £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now. If you go against me. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police. I've no doubt. The coppers? Aye. They come asking you to take the stand in court to testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it that you might say? And what is it that you won't? Jesus. After he'd gone over it all, I piked it. Get as far away from there as I could. He hid the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the scene. I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So McGill planned that. And coerced Gina into giving false testimony. You know, the more the plot thickens, the crazier it gets. I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied. In that big old courtroom, I told some corkers. This guy's been dead for 2 cases and still gets more scummy. Yeah. Every time we get to a new case, it's like, oh yeah, you remember McGillen? Well, here's some more tea. The thing is, he said he would make it so we couldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man. He knew everything what went on in the back slums. He knew we had no one to look after us. And we was all just looking out for each other, getting by together. You for one agree with him burning to death? You know, maybe the Curse of the Reaper isn't all bad. So you mean Mr. McGill would have... Okay, imagine it actually just turns out that... What's his name? Mr. Dracula actually just quit being a prosecutor because he saw that it doesn't make a difference and straight up became Batman, killing all the villains that got off scot-free. So you mean Mr. McGill would have, in a heartbeat, he could have had a lot of us chased out of there, and if he wanted. And then, where could we have gone, eh? Nowhere, that's where. So, I didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But, and for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must believe it. Well, you make amends by doing me a simple favor. Favor? What? Send the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. Eh. You don't actually want me to represent you in court, but you can rip it up later. JK, I'm going to stash them away. I'm going to pawn them. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? Scene of the incident last night? The incident. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. You what? Hurley's having a big operation right now, Ginny. Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Sholmes is gonna be alright, right? That's why I want to investigate. For Mr. Sholmes' sake, as much as anything. Alright. So, what you're saying is, I signed that bit of paper, everyone's happy. Is that right? Something like that. Yes, of course. I have the representation papers here. I don't need no one to stick up for me though. No lawyer or nothing. Poor Ginny. She seems so lonely. Gina's representation papers have been entered into court record. Okay, cool. Sorry. The paperwork signed by Gina to put me in charge of her defense. Showing this to Scotland Yard detectives gains us access to the crime scene. Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the scene at Windy Banks now. Yes, and perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny when we're done here. Like we finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at least. At last. Both. Now I have her representation papers. No one else knows just what a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now that means Inspector Gregson can stop us investigating at Windy Banks. Do not crack the teen. Well, she is a homeless orphan, so, you know, if anybody's susceptible to crack, then it's her. Although, something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. Wait, this was it? I could have sworn last night that once we're done with this, and we get to investigate, and then it's game over, and then it's court time. Ba-da-da-dum. Windy Banks Pawnbrokery. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Mind if I thrust something in your face? What is it now? Sorry, what voice does he have? Giving him a voice is kind of weird. Like all these papers, you dirty cop. Yeah, legal documents. You like that, you dirty little slut, don't you? What is it now? You should go home and get some rest. Here you are, Grexy. Here are the representation papers. Your ladyship. Oh, I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is. I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue. Ah, lovely. Well, let's see now. Yes. I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime then? Do as you please. You know where it happened. Through that door behind the counter. I tried tea like once or twice that's supposed to have like beneficial effects, but I never noticed anything. I don't know how much tea you need to drink for that kind of stuff to take effect. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windybank and Gina. Right then. Well, I'm going back to business then. Well, you investigating the storeroom as well, Inspector? I'm perfectly honest. We need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. But there are so many articles to go through, it's taking forever. Even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the yard needs to investigate urgently. It must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before. So what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, sunshine. Come then, let's not waste any time. The police are scouring every inch of this place with a look of it. Instructions from the yard are to examine every article in the shop and every ledger and book of accounts. Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. I mean, you want them to be thorough in a murder case, don't you? You don't want them to just look at the crime scene and go like, yeah, I think that guy's the murderer. It's been hard at work, as it what? It's been hard at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're sifting through it all in shifts at least, but still. We're working through the night, that's for sure. And even then, we'll barely have stretched the surface. Must be every policeman's worst nightmare. It's every couple's worst nightmare, you know? Crime in the pawnbrokers. These shelves here, where the pawnbrokers put articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy. Yeah, it's a really strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example? Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all the junk, you know? You're right, Runo. Oh, it's just, well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole. But when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you owned them. Even that horse statue. That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever. Okay, still the same music. What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound? A beautiful sound, yes, but a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Rexy to have a word. Superintendent of Scotland Yard. Well, let's just look at that. Wait, I can't look at that? Why not? But clearly that's something. I don't know. Be weird. Or can I look at the blood on the calendar? Aha, look here. Ooh, a bullet. And I can see the bullet is still lodged in the wall. Presumably, Mr. Winniebank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Ah, well... Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Is it patriotic to just randomly fire your gun in your living quarters? It's all there in the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, you know? Isn't that right, Iris? Ah, did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It's quite a dangerous pastime. It keeps your renting prices low. He's just looking out for the neighborhood. He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even do it once. Forget that now, Runo. Let's examine this bullet. What's that around the bullet hole? What do you mean? The blood? Oh, I mean, you just noticed that? I noticed the blood before I noticed the bullet, TBH. Suspicious red stain on the calendar. Aha! I may well be able to help with that. What? There's nothing like the set of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Runo? I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it, you see? When it comes to blood, we're all different types. Okay. Yeah, what a scientific observation. And see, you need this. Oh no. What's that scary looking thing? Harley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Is it... what's it called? Luminal? Yup. Oh! It made the blood look PG-13! Nice! It's the sensor gun! There, doesn't it make sense now? Yeah, I think I'm starting to understand. Good. It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see? Wait. The color changes depending on the blood type? You can't be real. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at in a flag. There's no... what the fuck? Huh? What a fabulous invention. Yo! How does this girl know about blood types? She's just that smart, she's a child genius, you know? How does she have science that we don't even have nowadays, though? I bet Ginny would say it's bleeding great. So, whose blood are we looking at then? It was discovered in 1901. When does this game take place again? Well, all the chemical... what? All the chemical does is turn the blood a different color, so... just find someone whose blood turns the same color and you'll know who it belongs to in a flash. It's more like two flashes, really, isn't it? one flash or two. This could well turn out to be a very valuable clue. 18th century, I think. We must make note of it in the court record. Sample of blood analyzed with a special chemical indicator developed by Mr. Sholmes. Different people's blood turns different colors. Okay, but there really aren't that many colors in the rainbow, you know? So, what if there's just two people with the same blood color? Which sounds like such a stupid sentence. Let's keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have reagent left, sure. It's also only 4 blood types? Well, maybe the special gun can also discern between positive and negative. Pretty sure this contraption here was here yesterday as well. Oh, yes, that's a folding stereoscope. Really? This is a stereoscope? Mr. Jones showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. But for that, he used the great big contraption over there. Well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. There are special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself. I wonder if I could make money out of these in Japan. It would be keeping my toilets sparkling clean anyway. Well, off we go into the other room. Behind that door is the storeroom, isn't it? That's what Grexy said. Yes, and that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. Through the little window in the door. Mr. Windybang face down on the floor with Gino beside him. I'm already going to throw some crackpot theories around. I have like 2 options here. I think what's guaranteed though is that he was shot from behind. It looks like he got shot, you know, point blank from behind. I'm guessing it was when he tried to just tear the calendar down for the new day around midnight. But the lamp on the table also is cracked from a shot, so maybe he wasn't shot point blank and he was just, you know, shot from behind, and the marks on his sweater just, I don't know what they're from, maybe they're just dried blood. As the accused legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. You must make a thorough investigation. Also, most likely was the Eggman. I don't know if it was the Eggman, but I'm sure he had something to do with it. There were 2 people, I couldn't really make out the silhouettes. There was like one medium to tall guy and one stout. Yeah, of course, and we will. Behind that door, it's the real scene of the crime. I'm guessing the Eggman just hired those 2. Don't worry. If there are clues in there, I'll find them. So, do we need to move? Would Miss McGilded be alive? Wouldn't that be an insane plot twist? Poor Iris. She clammed up completely. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windybank's life was taken in this very room only last night. Oh. Wait, Inspector. How's the gun still here? They probably put it there to, you know, semi-recreate the crime scene as they found it. What is it now, sunshine? You took one look at me and tried to run away. You think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some jumped-up little defense lawyer, do ya? Well... I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before. That's the thing. I didn't know what to say to her. So you weren't running away from me, you were running away from a 10-year-old. I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector. Okay, surprised we never see Vampire Edgeworth out and about when we investigate. I mean, it's broad daylight right now, so I don't think he's allowed outside. But also, I mean, we rarely see Edgeworth in the original. I'm pretty sure. Like, he's here and there, but he rarely goes out to investigate himself. He got Gumshoe for that. And then he complains and strikes Gumshoe's whole salary. For no reason. You might get to see him in, like, later cases. Don't, don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. Gumshoe's paying the police to work there at this point. Sadly, I wouldn't doubt that. And it's not even like he's bad, you know? He goes crazy in some cases and gets us the defining evidence. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you? That's great. I don't think that went very well. Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you to get on my feet. And we have investigating to do ourselves. Yes. I'd like to hear more what the socially inept inspector has to say. Don't have to bash him. And inquire into how Mr. Sholmes' operation is going. First, let's examine around, shall we? Like that tiny box. Look at all those articles that have been the room is stuffed full of them. Can't believe how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings, look. Pieces of different people's lives quietly gathering dust in here together. Oh my god, that just... Oh, that reminded me of something super annoying. Like, a super annoying new trend that I get of, like, scam ads. He gets it to us, not Edgeworth. I mean, you know what? He's a police officer. He's not obliged to only work for the defense or only work for the prosecution. His job is to find the truth and the real murderer. So I don't know why him doing that gets us his salary cut. Anyway, I don't know if you've gotten them recently, but every now and again, in my shorts, I get a video that's basically like, oh, I'm drawing until I reach my target audience, and then it's a slow turn of like a canvas with a picture of like some video game or some shit, and they're trying to sell it, and it's just clear as day that they did not paint it themselves, that it's just a printout, because the picture wraps around, and you know, sometimes artists color in the edges as well, which I understand, but it wraps around perfectly. and the way it wraps around does not look like it's drawn. It looks like it's stretched, like a photo has been clumsily wrapped around it. You've not seen that before, but you also don't get ads unless you use your phone. I mean, it's not an ad, it's an actual short. It's an ad disguised as a short. And it's a scam at that, and it pisses me off. Recently, I got the evolution of that, where it's just a girl crying with like a fake comment of, nobody wants to see your shitty art, just go away. And then a text another girl crying, why does everybody bully me lately? And then it flips to the painting and, I just keep painting these and it reaches my target audience. And it's like, holy fuck, my dude. And I just couldn't. I clicked on the channel to see what the fuck they were even trying to do. And they have like multiple different videos edited together of like girls crying, pretending that they are the girl. You hate engagement farming stuff so much. It boils my blood. It's crazy. Anyway, let's keep going with this goofy shit. It's the prosecution's job to find the truth as well, and we all know how that works. I mean, it's the Japanese prosecution's job to just fill the prisons. So, gotta do what you gotta do. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be, if not for that chalk outline on the floor and the policemen shuffling around. Not much I can do about that, sunshine. Boat. Chest. Of all the articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. Never get arrested in Japan, you get a free trip to the chopstick packing facility. But if all I had to do in Japanese prison was pack chopsticks, I feel like that would be fine, but I don't want to go visit a Japanese prison, I gotta be honest. What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript was being kept in. Oh? think Kiryu had to grow daikon? Wait, they use their prisoners actually for like farming and all kinds of shit? I didn't know you actually would also become a farmer in prison. Eris's unpublished story, The Hunt of the Baskables. Surely that's not what this is. What all this... Might be just a Yakuza thing? I don't know why Yakuza would just throw that in randomly. Sorry, Iris. If you ask me, he sold it. That time I got reincarnated as a farmer in prison. As a Japanese prison daikon. Without telling you? We must check inside the box at once. Yes. Aha! It was there. Eris's story was there. Really? It was? That's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believe Hurley when he said he deposited it here, but still, it's a relief to actually see it. Really? Because that's not a very well hidden frown. What? I feel like we shouldn't just get that. Considering it's supposed to be Giga secret. Anyway, let's check it out. Also. Ah. Iris Wilson. I don't see anything special sticking out here. I really can't control this, that's wild. And the Hound of the Baskables. Let's just don't know the exact title of the unpublished story. I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. I'm so sorry. I'm guessing it's just Aris's dad told her. I, the undersigned, agree to legal representation by the lawyer named hereunder in regard to the following incident. Defendant Gina Lestrade, alleged offense, murder of Baker Street pawnbroker. 17th of April, attorney-in-law, Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Gun. This is a revolver! A real one! Crazy. And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windybank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Bruno look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh. And I had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windybanks and with this yesterday, didn't we? I shall have to take my own life. I know that wasn't his voice, I know he had a deep voice, but I don't know, I just felt it good. Sue me. Must be the same gun. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, it was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Well, let's shoot the blood to see if it's green. Mr. Windybank told us that he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired. So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from his revolver. The police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Oh, Mr. Windybank. He was so nice, old man. Well, he was shot just once through the heart. Most likely, the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing. This must be his blood then. Aha! I don't like to ask such a it's such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps... Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action. Please be green, please be green. Fuck! So, now we know the color the chemicals turn when it reacts with Mr. Windybank's blood. It doesn't match our analysis with the bloodstain we found in the main shop. No, but let's add this sample to the others we've already collected anyway. Maybe Sholmes is green. Or maybe it actually is just Mr. McGilvert. The leprechaun is bleeding green. Ba-da, ba-da. I think that's it for you. Let's draw Sholmes with blood. I'm 100% convinced that Sholmes somewhere in his office has a vial of his own blood. If it was McGilded, you'd see Lucky Charms in the blood. How about the operation? Rexy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he? The thing is, Don't mince your words, Inspector. Please! You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is... No. The operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well, out with it! She's posted up, she's ready to go. Yes, ma'am. They use something called a general anesthesia. It's the latest thing. Renders the whole body insensitive. The whole body. The whole body? Anesthetized? 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 I need to hear that. For my own brain right now. Sorry. Shom's anesthetic must be wild. Imagine he just acts normal.
Anesthetized.
Oh, well,
Anesthetized.
fuck. Just, oh my, why did it switch them? Jesus Christ.
Anesthetized.
Anesthetized. Alright, man. Let's just move on. That word is stupid. Means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep. Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction. The trouble is, the righteous thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, or so I hear. And now that the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently. Oh my. Yeah, but isn't that technically a good thing? Like, there's no way he's in a coma, and the fact that he's resting right now and sleeping should help him heal more. No one knows if it's the anesthetic stillness system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again. Harley. The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you. What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? Sure. Got eyes, haven't you? Use them! That's what it looks like. Nothing more, nothing less. Eris, could you lend me a hand? So, Grexy, what do you make of the crime scene here? Oh, yes, your ladyship. And do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, at shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door to the storeroom was found locked from the inside. The lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officers doing? Quite right, madam. Quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in as humbly as possible. Oh. As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thus-wise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child. You're talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector? Mr. Straw, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know? Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. I'm afraid to say, she had the gun that was used in her hand. Presumably it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. In a pocket we found the key to the door as well. What? The key to this storeroom? And you say the storeroom has been locked from the inside, Inspector? Correct. All of which leaves her ladyship's friend. And something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's all some sort of misunderstanding. Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. Can I present you with something? Can you tell me more about the... Okay. From the inside, instead half the case being about the age-old trick of a locked room murder. If, for one, we already had the locked room murder on the boat, on like our second case. And on the other hand, we already had the whole, oh, I can make a perfect imprint and just steal keys from everybody, from Mr. Sholmes at the beginning of this. Oh, he's not here. Or is he? Nope. Wait, then where do we go? Can you hit him with the script? I don't think so. I mean, I can try, but I don't see what he would have to say about that besides, you know, him freaking out that it's an unreleased novel. Is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest. Yes, that's my latest story. It's called The Hound of the Basketballs. A most fascinating title, your ladyship. Fascinating. And, I don't suppose... Would there be any mention of my humble self in the tale this time? Good question. Can't really remember. I see, I see. Well, why would you, your ladyship? I'd just be await its publication with eager anticipation. You needn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable. Oh, okay. You're looking to be arrested, Sunshine? I didn't mean it like that. Even if I did, you wouldn't have bitten her ladyship's head off, would you? But, maybe we go to the front room again. Maybe there's more here now. Or not. Did we miss something? Maybe we need to investigate the lamp. That's the article ledger there. He and Mr. Windybank's note and... Oh, what's this? It's as though someone has left a little photographic print behind. Oh, look on the back. There's some writing. Ooh, a bloody fingerprint. This must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday. And it's still wearing... And is still wearing. Which belongs to McGilda. I would never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. It seems Mr. Windybank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have around. This photograph of a cat. It looks very familiar, doesn't it? I thought they're like, wow, 1 whole pound. The thing must have been crazy. And today you can't get shit for a pound. Yeah, I think a beer alone is almost £3. Like at least 2. Oh, yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same one as the one Ginny gave us earlier. Of course. I was forgetting that she gave us that print. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Naruto? Get it out! Right, alright, let the cogs turn. Find the differences? Yes, they're the exact same. Corporate needs you to find the difference between these two ledgers. I got it. These two photographs hide an amazing secret. A secret? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once. Do you really, really, really want to know? Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about the spell photographs. Hide the secret to fluid streaming? Impossible. That's not a thing. Don't be ridiculous. So, Iris, about these two photographic prints. The one we found here on Mr. Windybank's counter, and the one Gina gave us before. What is this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between those two identical prints? Is that something that makes them not identical? I feel like the cat on the right looks in a different direction, but that might just be an optical... No, it definitely is looking in a different direction. The cat on the right is looking to the right, the cat on the left is looking to the left. Actually, that's not quite right. Sorry? If you look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly. They're not? Have another look at them now. Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other? So? What's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Oh, does it belong in one of those? It belongs in one of those 3D machines, of course. Well, it's because they're set, you see? No, I don't. This pair of photographs is meant to be used by a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Ah, stereoscope. Then just the 3D functions of my 3DS. Let me actually set up a second monitor that slightly distorts the image, so when I cross my eyes and look right in the middle of them, it becomes a 3D image. Ah, stereoscope. I feel as though I've heard that word before recently. Because you only, like, you know, interacted with two of them twice. Oh yes, that's what Mr. Sholmes showed us yesterday. You see? There it is, just over there. Ah, yes. You know, I didn't really make that connection before. I noticed the Thinker earlier, but do you think that specifically is supposed to be the Thinker clock from the very first case of the very first Ace Attorney? That magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch. Well, actually... Maybe. Still a stupid case. I mean, I liked how Mr. American Man just punched the shit out of Phoenix and then was like, yeah, well, what you gonna do? Sue me, huh? I'm just gonna say you assaulted me. Game over, bitch. It's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures, even without one of those contraptions. What? Really? Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you. She's over the moon. Bless her. Should we let her explain though? We really need to carry on investigating this scene. Yeah, I mean, it could help us, you know. We are currently investigating one of the pieces of evidence. I, for one, simply have to know. Have you ever considered, Bruno? How your eyes see depth in the world around us? Well, I just opened them and it works. It just works. But the reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes? Shocking. If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away. What you see with your left eye, and what you see with your right eye are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly. And in your hand, in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see. Ah, my brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me. Ah, I think I see. So the pair of photographs consist of a left eye view and a right eye view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick. So, if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'd be able to see depth in these prints. Yes, Bruno. You're beginning to understand. You're beginning to believe. The stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to just do that. Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. What if I have two brains, though? You can, really? Let's try. And let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go. Such a son really loves this kind of thing. You need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. Can you both do that? Is that a skill? Is that something not all people can do? Cross my eyes? I think I can. Watch me. And see if you can copy. Wonderful. Make your eyes do this. Alright. Let me try. Are you ready, Mr. Naruto? How's that? Wonderful. Now it's your turn, Runo. The trick's to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time. Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed. Alright, that's enough practice. Now, let's try to look at the prints. Is the game gonna do it for me, or do I have to shove my face into the monitor and try it IRL? Start by staring at one print and slowly crossing your eyes. You should see two overlapping images like this. Wait, okay, I'm gonna have to shove my face into the monitor. It's hard to say how close or far I need to be. Oh my god, that hurts my brain. You try it now, Runo. I'm just going to have to give it a try, I suppose. Did the print split into 2 images for you? No, the next... Oh, that wasn't even it. Oh, okay. Just to put the pair of prints side by side like this, and then to try crossing your eyes again. The prints should slowly merge together. Yeah, the game's gonna do it for me anyway. They form a new single image. Oh, yes! Mr. Naruto, it works! I can see him in the middle. It looks so real. Oh, I can look at it all day. I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt. Your turn, Bruno. Pretend you're looking through the 2 pictures and slowly cross your eyes. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the 2 images overlap exactly in the middle. Like this, is it? Wait, do I actually have to manually do it this time? There, you managed! So now you know how stereoscopic images work. Beautiful. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. So, what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Runo? They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. No, some people find it easier than others. But that's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Ooh, I recognize that. We saw one of the over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here. And set the pair of photographs in this stand at the back end. It's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. Well, Nolan seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. But if these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. It's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case. Stereoscopic pictures. I'd never even heard of them until yesterday. Certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll never actually need. Second white cat photograph has been entered into the court records. Wonderful. Then let's blast that blood, shall we? Mr. Naruto, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. I have noticed. The red smear, you mean? Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wonder if Susato-san picked up on that. Well, in that case... Yes, we need Iris. We should show this to her before we forget. Iris. Take that! How many people got bled in this shop? The hell? That's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it? We simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Jesus Christ! This shop got history! Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. This particular stain of blood. Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? This place doubles as a blood bank, as a disposal for the corpses of, you know, mob victims. Do I have an idea? But it's a leather glove, and it belongs, it has the pawnbroker's ticket on it. So if anything, okay, I mean, it's not his. It's either Shom's, which I doubt because I think Shom's arrived with us. So there has to be him, probably. Or her, but she didn't bleed as far as I know. Probably Mr. Eggs. I mean, he's the only person that really fits. If it weren't him, it might be, you know, somebody from the McGilded case, but they are not options here. So let's just accuse him, see what happens. Yes, I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color it turned, but with a little deduction. Okay, but if it would be him... I mean, never mind. Oh god. You first, Bruno. Who do you think it belongs to? Right. I believe that this is the blood of... Wait, they do... Okay, never mind. So if this is blood... It would have to be thrice-fired Mason. You don't sound very sure of yourself, the way you trailed off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, the case. And of course I've never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice fired, though. The victim? Of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice Fired Mason. But that would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Windy Banks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at that time. So, it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. It certainly does look like a leather glove thumbprint mark. But we know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body. From which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruto, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes. Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Runo. Very well. Let's make a note of this. I mean, I wouldn't say the blood has been identified as Mr. Mason's. I'd say we are having a strong suggestion that it might be. 3 samples of blood analyzed with a special chemical indicator developed by Mr. Sholmes. Different people's blood turns different colors. By the by, Final Fantasy related. I'm guessing nobody would care if I just did the what's it called, the gym stuff in my off time real quick, so I don't, have to do them back to back because we kind of forgot about them, and I don't have to destroy my head, think of myself carpal tunnel. That ledger that's open on the counter is there really is enormous, isn't it? Must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in phone. It's too much to think about. Better to sell it all and have a clear head if you ask me. But clearly Mr. Windybanks was very careful when it came to articles in his care. The last one is utterly devious though. I mean, I can save the last one. I could even try to, It's laggy, but we could try to do one sports event at the end of every show here. Can I steal this? No. I was even thinking of starting off with it, but eh. Huh. I hate not knowing where to go in these games. Oh dear god. Wait, can we? Hold on. Maybe he actually does have a vial of his own blood somewhere here. Just gotta find it. Maybe one of these? Shit. Look at Mr. Sholmes' desk, it's completely clear. Looks totally different without the enormous machine on it. Harry lives in an absolute mess all the time. He never notices when things go missing. Mr. Sholmes must have noticed that huge lump of metal is no longer there, surely. Hmm. Hmm. Maybe the green vial is his blood? Gina doesn't appear to be here. Well, that's fun. I believe she must be in questioning at the moment. Oh, but wait a minute. What is it, Iris? Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Ginny could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking and escaped. Oh my. Why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse. Calm down, Runo. I was only joking, of course. Oh. Get me right there. I thought it was a great deduction. Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight your words carry. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I suppose a light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms. Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would have thrown his head back and guffawed. I'm not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, anyway, it looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. We should try to make progress with our investigation in the meantime. Really, only investigation? Yes, come along then, Runo. Come along, Susie. Uh... Uh... Lord Chief Justice, save me. Damn it! Wait, what did we miss? They present something to you? What do we have here? I present you... Wait, I can't present you people. This guy's just not helpful. Okay, let me check. Hmm. Now that we have both pictures, I could have another go at viewing them with a stereoscopic image. Wait, so is it that? Oh no. Do we have blood somewhere else that I'm not aware of? What are we missing? Wait, we didn't finish that? Iris? Don't worry, I'm alright. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. Oh, okay. I mean, okay, sure. Very cool. Yes, yes. Can we like dislodge the bullet and check that out in like a closer way? Is there a way to inspect the floor here so we can see where Mr. Sholmes was bleeding out? Green blood? It just seems wrong somehow. Oh, there are all sorts of different colors. They're pretty pinks and purples too, you know? Like I said, everyone's blood is different. I don't know what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know. Okay. Officer has been staring intently at the wall since before we came here. Shh, keep it up. Oh, sorry. There's a major clue just here. Really? Then we must tell Grexy at once. As soon as I report it, there'll be it. Be stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I've been home in 2 days already. Need another constable to relieve me and take over my shift. Huh. I really have a tough time with the British police. That doesn't stop us investigating though, does it? No, I suppose not. Sure, it was the calendar he was staring at, I think. Jesus Christ. What are we missing? Hmm? Represent you something. Okay, check the blood samples. Can I put our minds to it? We could really shake up Britain's chemist and alchemist. Oh, my manuscript. Mr. Sholmes said he deposited it at Winniebank's. So strange. What is it about this particular story? I worked so hard on it. Why would Hurley say I can publish it? I'm afraid I have no idea. All you can do is wait until he's ready to tell you, I suppose. Oh, maybe. Because Hurley isn't in it enough. Maybe I didn't give him enough good lines. Yeah, maybe. You could say that definitely isn't the reason, but I can't. What if I show you this, Iris? It's just a boring old thing, really, but I don't really like boring things. Who does like boring things? No one wants to be shown something boring. Come to think of it, you're always introducing things with "this is boring," but bad habit. You should stop it. Be sure to let the entire population of the Empire of Japan know. Well, kind of running out of ideas here. It's been 2 months that we've been lodging here with Mr. Sholmes. I can quite believe it. I expected things would turn out like this. Now he comes back home, let's have a big party. Great idea. Sure, it won't be long, Mr. Sholmes is very tough. And... I mean, what could I possibly present? I don't think there's anything up here. Or anywhere else for that matter. When we looked on the suite, prison won't be there. Hospital, maybe we find some blood here that we can... Let's just show us the bed. Oh, Hurley. I know, looks as stiff as a board, doesn't it? No, I don't think that will bother him. No? Often find him asleep, face down on the floor, completely dead to the world. I'd call the police if I discovered someone like that. I don't know what these are. Do you have any ideas? Oh, haven't you ever seen crutches before? Let me explain. They're for people with leg injuries to help them walk. And you hold one under each arm, you see? Alright. But there were weapons of some sort. Why would there be weapons in a hospital? I thought maybe a fighter had been injured in a battle or contest and been brought here along with his weapons. That's surprisingly plausible. Yeah. Jesus. Am I gonna have to Google how to progress? Can't even examine anything here, so it's not a prison. So there has to be the stupid suite. The city inspector with the blood samples? I mean, I think I did. Unless I'm stupid right now. So either we find some blood here that could lead us, but I feel like if we find blood, it's gonna be in the hospital after his operation is done. Wait. Never mind, I think. So either I hit the guy with something, or I hit Iris with something. There's no other options here. Unless I can present something to the carriage guy? No. Alright. Pretty sure I did this. Okay, yeah, he doesn't care. Let's just go through all the items, see what happens. We already did this. We already inspected it too, so I don't think there's a solution there. Did I show him the bloody receipt? Yeah. Just doesn't really care about anything. Chuck Motti, this is your punishment. 5 liters of tea without any bathroom inside. Oh wait, he said something, hold on. Whatever you hear then. A redemption ticket for the article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of its stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was in hand. Shit, I forgot. This was a ticket for Mr. McGillis overcoat, the one that little diver turned up with yesterday. Oh, actually, no it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do you? No, I didn't mean to, Bruno's right, Grexy. This isn't the same ticket. Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't, your ladyship. I never doubted you. So, what's all this about then? If I might be so bold to say. Okay, this, I mean... Is this really the big difference? Second one. Mr. McGilder, in fact, had another article in storage here at Windy Banks. That right. I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright, hit me. The secret was the one of the pockets of Mr. McGilder's overcoat. You mean to tell me? Yeah, there was more than just one music box disc, it seems. Should have instead on the... what? Should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it properly. Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilder deposited another article here with Mr. Windybank. Yes, I can see it written here. A small box, was it? Do you have an idea where it is, Grexy? Any idea at all? Another article belonging to Mr. McGilder. It could be an important clue. Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please, stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes, all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose me marbles, I will. I'll go barking. This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector. It's enough salt from you, Sunshine. There's one thing that springs to mind. When could this ticket, the redemption deadline already passed, hasn't it? So it would be in the front, yeah. Articles are only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here then. That's right. It's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves on the front of the shop. In the front of the shop. Yes, the shelves in the front. You must search them at once. You're wasting your time. There are dozens of little boxes up there. Hundreds even. Can't possibly know which one might have been gilded. That information's not written in the ledger. Well, I think we should at least have a look in just in case. Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure. Dong! Time for a photo! I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How could Mr. Windyback set up such a wicked trap? I doubt he set out to scare anyone. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Oh? The trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Don't you remember, Runo? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be a lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes, you did! The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we'd better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. Should we check for the box real quick? I think this guy's perfectly in front of it. Like that blue thing, that's what I want. Because it looks the most like a music box. Unless it's that thing, but... Yes, this is where the items that have been forfeited by the original owners are offered for sale. There's also one right next to the door. That's right. They've all got little price labels on them, but there's so many. One of the small box this ticket was for is still on the shelf somewhere. Box that Mr. McGilder deposited here just over 2 months ago. Even if it were, finding it promises to be very troublesome indeed. There's so many boxes. Could be any of them. Mr. Sean said that a pawnbroker's was the safest place to store anything, more secure than a bank's vault. So perhaps the small box of Mr. McGill contains something of very great value. But if that's the case, he'd probably have kept it locked. So then, we need to find every box with a lock and break them open all open. GG's. We died. That sort of misconduct would get you arrested. I won't let that happen. Ah, this takes me back. It's been some time since the sun last threw me. Good times. Okay, so we just don't investigate the boxes. Okay. Off to prison. Ah, Gino. Good. You're back. Ah. The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how is it, Ginny? Was it awful? Oh, didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you sent before. Meant we were able to investigate at Windy Banks. Oh, alright. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? Change what everyone's saying that he did? That I did it? That's not... Gina, we came to ask for your final decision. Eh? What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right. See? Really lost a fight all of a sudden. But I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. Alright then, blimey, give it a rest with them eyes, Alice. Come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. We don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime. And, well, we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is. There are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know now why you broke into Winnie Banks that night. Looks like I'm going to have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason and thrust it in. Can we not? Like, can we move on from this phrasing? I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. Exot! We found this in Mr. Windybank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story. Ah. Oh, right. He's weirdly horny ever since he found out Susato leaves. Gotta make the best of it while the time's still here. Well, that's a good thing. Curiously, the storeroom at Windybanks showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like. With one exception. The box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina? The one who broke open the box containing the manuscript last night. Eh? We're determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Yeah. Why don't you tell us what happened, please? Give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get myself a snack. I will conduct business. Iris's manuscript. Oops. It's a nice interpretation. Would have gone with you try to make it disappear, so you're in the right. Jesus, no trust. Alright, yeah. This Baskerville story. It's the latest Jones adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured it's gonna be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What? So, if you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? Or you intended to... No, Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I weren't gonna sell it. I wanted to do was find out if your manuscript, if, or whatever you call it, manuscript or whatever you call it, really was there or not. It's the only reason I was in that place. For Iris' sake, isn't that right? Ed? We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. But I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you said the night before. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, the lot of them. Just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling ya, that manuscript ain't at the Windy Banks. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean, that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Ginny. Oh, Ginny. Oh, Ginny. That was so sweet of you. Alright, alright. Tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. Wasn't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just want to know the truth, that's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest? If he'd really disposed the manuscript at Winniebank's? Like I told you the night before, I never had a father. Diary slot ain't like mine. She's got her dad's, only she can't see him. I reckon it's gonna be harder. That's why she writes the stories. They're about her dad, really. But it sounded like to me anyway. Last night when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories? About daddy? You mean they are not the adventures of a great detective? So much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner? Well, that's how I see it here. You're so thoughtful, so kind, Ginny. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will ya? I ate all this chummy nonsense. Do you hear me? I ate it. Don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, scraper, scarper, scamper, dampery wamper. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right here on both sleeves of that overcoat. There's some very suspicious red stains. Arrows, quick! Shoot her with the weird chemicals. What? Are you looking at me like that? Might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gino. So this or that? I'm guessing it's this. You see this pawnbroker's ticket, Gino? It's the one you took to Winniebank's, isn't it? The one for that black overcoat that you're wearing now. Quick, steal a blood like you're a prosecutor. Quick, put it in this empty wine bottle that I have for no reason. Eh, what? That? I don't know. And they all look the same to me, those tickets. Surely not. This one has a very obvious mark on it that would appear to be blood. Eh? That ring any bells? I don't know. All looks the same to me, blood. And they all sound the same to me, these answers. Suspicious. Is there a mirror over there? You should cover that up so your soul doesn't get trapped. Yeah. You know, I heard doctors talk about this new thing called skin cancer, which happens when the sun shines on you, so we should just close all the drapes. Just, just to be safe. No other reason. Those stains on your sleeve of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? Blood, Mr. Naruto? You don't appear to have... You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So, could it be blood that splattered from Mr. Winniebank when he was shot last night? Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. Why am I asleep all day? Where I've started doing night trials? Yeah, that's it. I take it. Take it easy, Aries. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. Don't be green. Okay, purple is gone. Oh my. What the? Look at the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. Of course. The black color of the fabric was masking the stain. I don't think that's how blood works. That's why we haven't seen them until now. And the blood has reacted with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we've already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Aha, yes, it was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason. That's some dark blood. Lots of oxygen in there, for real. The victim of the murderer case 2 months ago, murder case. Knew it. What? What you're all on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruto, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Wait, would someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half the story. I have to present the killer now? That's not how this works. Sometimes I forget to take it off. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGill's overcoat. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this is in his testimony. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't sure about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from McGilda trying to pull the victim up to his feet. No. If that was what had really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splashed over McGillet's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. I had to run from the truth for long enough. There's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, Magnus McGilded. Mr. Naruto. That horrible case is solved at last. And I helped the man walk free from that trial. You know what the craziest part about that trial is? The fact that it was considered close and shut in favor of getting him found guilty, and we managed to keep it going forever. Use all that twisted testimony and all the sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I ever let that happen? He didn't really get far. That's true. Bruno, did you believe him though? Did you believe Mr. McGillis was innocent? No, it kind of acted very suspicious near the end. I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those who you represent in court as a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? A lawyer's weapon. What is crazy is that one time Phoenix lost his attorney badge for 20 years after being found with forged evidence live in court. What? Is that the hobo arc that everybody hates? Wait, Phoenix forged evidence? What the fuck? Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Listen, Rinosuke. The lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. That's why he became a hobo? He was framed? Oh, okay. Unwavering belief? Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victor without faith. So I believe you. In you. But I believe you unwaveringly. Sounds like this Emperor of Japan you come from, everyone must be soft. Why, come on. Look at the mess it's got you into, believing in that Bogtrata. Yeah, the Japanese are so soft. At the slightest mistake, they just openly gut themselves. Like the pussies they are. Only real wimps would stab themselves in the stomach. Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. But at least you've learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. It always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let down your guard. Bet it. Believe out of my book. Believe no one. Get hurt by no one. Just stab themselves. They stabbed and then pulled the blade across the whole stomach. Well, yeah, they really just gutted themselves. Later on, they found that a bit too aggressive, though. So, you know, as soon as you did that one, they cut your head off so you didn't suffer too long. What? I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to see it? Rip them up and chuck them away? Are you really sure that's what you want? If that's what you want and all, no. Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Unless you're unlucky and they missed the head joint. Yeah, or they, you know, didn't align their sword properly, so it looks like one of those things where they keep chopping at the bamboo mats. Don't forget, it was me in the trial 2 months ago. I let everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, a lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that happens. If I just say I can't trust her, is the game over? Let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Eh, are you afraid? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously? Mr. Nero Odo. Didn't you hear all of what I said before? I'm one liar. Keeps just a rip of me tongue. And I'm a diver, don't forget. Pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you in all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? Just don't get it. Dun dun dun. Run dun. I do understand why you chose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there's more to this life than you yet realize. What you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. Eh? It's true that I'm just a student of law. I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What? Do you expect me to say to that? Where's that? Then it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Would you like? You used a lot. I don't know what you are, I don't getcha. Gina's taking herself off to the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. Whoops. That turned out alright in the end, I think. Dun. Whoever's heading there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. Miss Susato? Somebody's there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What? Blimey, you're sharp, eh? Oh. I suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts. Like the art of stealth I've heard so much about. What? Anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Rexy! Oh dear me. I'm most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening to our conversation? Grief. Listening in? No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it's after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, not a moment earlier. That is all it is. Nothing untoward. Nothing at all. After hours? After hours? That late already? So then, I humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta to cheerio, and the best, by the by. That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute. Oh, I see. That's a shame. Don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish, long, strong-hard will. Well, emergency? What kind of ninja education did she have? Well, she's kind of crazy. I'm guessing she's also the one that, you know... Well, it's not really a guess. She is just Maya-coded. So she's probably got the mystic arts somewhere in there. Nothing! Forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off. Alright, Grexy, if you have to, but let's chat soon. Delighted, charmed. Can't wait. If you please, my pleasure. lot of pleasantries, and all of them solid sincere. And Gracie is so funny. He says such silly things. It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. I must attend the court cleric's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruto. I shall meet you there later. And so our investigation came to an end. Susato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susato-san would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. Tomorrow, I'll have to take care of my own hand jobs. What? What about you, Susato-san? Today's been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Jones was shot before our eyes, Gina was arrested. All on the back of the news that her father has fallen ill and that she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm. And yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I never did figure out how to match her disdain. Wait, what? What? I didn't pay attention. I'm guessing this, maybe, probably. Wait, why am I... I just mistaked. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task. Just 2 months since we arrived in London. But we've managed to establish this office. I was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I had said I felt no regret. So sorry, Susato-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something. And what would that be? It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities. Facets? And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we see only... What? That's a typo on their end, right? But we only see a small number of the total facets, and what is illuminated is only a part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on for as long as we live. That's so true. You're so real for that. Sometimes I feel like as though I'm blind to so much. But I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear. That all the facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san, I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. I'm amazed to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry? I've what? Say it again. Compliment me again. Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant. Do you know what time you will be leaving London in the morning? Yes, I picked up the ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 a.m. I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yeah, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. We'll proceed to live off that compliment for the next 27 years, like every man ever. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. What's that? Some huge bundle of documents? Did you tell me calling men good boys doesn't work as a substitute for a compliment? Crazy, I know. Empty words don't substitute a genuine compliment. It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. A gilded case. It seems to me that this case of Mr. Windybank's murder of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case. In ways that are not yet completely apparent. Years of academy training wasted. Well, depending on how good you can call somebody a good boy, I'm sure, that still does things. So, I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. With everything else she's had to think about. Susato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out before me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Susato-san. I will do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there. Insult yourself again. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. The McGilded case notes have been entered into the court records. How big are those? Well, it's getting rather late. True. 2 pages? Okay. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Susato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait, there's something I need to say. was that? A secret technique of mine. The Susato shutdown. Shutdown? No confessions. Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. You don't get to have me yet. I don't go out with non-lawyers. Susato-san. Truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us, and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Professionals have standards. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes, and as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. The small hours. St. Sinner's Hospital. Yes, I quite understand. There is a great weight off my mind. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. Come on, name drop it. Oh, my dear madame. Good old times when you get shot on the midday and then by evening you're standing again and smoking. When I awoke the following morning, Susoto's sun was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last. One that I would remember for the rest of my days. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, her in the fancy dress? Susato? Oh, however you see it, I don't know. Have to almost lose a trial 4 times in a row? Only 4 times. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You're alright with that, are you? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. That's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again. One day. Even so? But you, Gina, you only get one chance. You only get one shot. Do not miss your chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. I love the dumb face of that cat. I can't describe it. It's just... I don't know. It's perfect. How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Meow. Iris, what are you doing here? Even the street urchin ships them. They just know. What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Waggy! Great way to show your support, Kitty. Let him have a nose around. What I'm gonna do. Oh, that reminds me. I bought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Runo? Ginny? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Oh, that reminds me. I've seen a video yesterday after stream of, where was it? Someplace in America. We had rained like crazy, which caused a flood, and then overnight, as the area was flooded, it got freezing temperatures, and just the entire area basically became a frozen lake. Like, cars in the streets were frozen up to their windows in the ice. It was insane. A record amount of rain, yeah. Huh? The bad news was a weather report? So, I hope that Susie made a train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So, even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkeys, really? If only our good news cancelled out the bad. Oh look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pig purse plunder. See? How'd you like that? Well, let them say what they want, see if I care. Can't, cause you're covering your face. Don't worry, Runo will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will. And then, in tomorrow's paper, the headlines will be Discharged Divers, Dauntless Do-Gooder. Isn't that right, Runo? Oh, yeah. Let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. Today's paper has been entered into the court record. Why? Let me see that. Good luck then, Runo. Do what I can. Thank you, Aris. Pawnbroker perishes. Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps. Okay. Protects planet? Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great. There's a sensational story lower down on the front pages as well, look. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Oh, is that the big issue? For a 10-year-old, Eris certainly is a finger on the pulse of the world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted? But how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Uno? No, of course not. I wonder... Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yeah, it could be. And it would explain why he has Rexy running from pillar to post at the moment. Details of today's paper have been updated in the court record. Okay. There's something stuck between the pages. Guess not. That's what I wanted. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. Not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but... Thank you, Iris. It's very kind of you. Oh, here, Iris. Yes, Ginny? Well, I was wondering so about Sholmes. They fixed him up alright. Yes, the operation was a great success, but Iris still hasn't come around yet. Eh? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Oh, right. So the son and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Time to test myself as a lawyer. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense, the trial is about to begin. Please make your way to the courtroom. Time to invent like 10 new voices with all the judges and witnesses. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the way that I would secure our victory here. Learned anything from a great friend, it's that. Then to randomly throw stuff at witnesses until they were in a good position. I wish random bullshit go works, but if I do it too often, the judge will hold me in contempt and just instantly execute her on the spot. Who are these characters? In the name of Her Majesty, the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. The trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord von Zeeks. My lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? in what one might describe as your former life, 5 years past. You dealt exclusively in matters concerning with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Here today, you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, Counsel. There are two types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McCune who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yeah, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magus McGildet, if I'd known that a monster he was, what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in their final hour. Arrows must think we're stupid as fuck. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those... what? The confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East. The Nipponese. What? Did she really just say that? It's you, Runo! I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Von Zieg's eyes. Was that directed solely at me? Or was he actually talking about all Japanese people? An alarming, scathing explanation, Lord Von Zieg's. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey. Feared by all London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. The mate? Well, okay. Wait a second. Okay, multiple things here. First things first, the weirdo on the left from the last case. The maid is still here. We don't yet know what her case is. The third from the right, or like the guy just in the middle split on the right, he's a doctor. The last time he was here, he was some drunk old man that could barely understand what's going on. The guy on the very right, I'm pretty sure he's a wanted war criminal or something from like the ship case, where we found his likeness in the newspapers. And, well, the Morse code lady, I think so far she was just typing stuff. I might be mixing her up with somebody else. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? I forgot the voice I gave him. A former lieutenant of the British Army here. But you know, just like me, were born ready. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything. And I'm ready for it. I don't understand it. I can't have left in... What? I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. But I have... That's so concerning. Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. The mouse is reading with him. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please. How is this guy allowed to be a juror if he's not even, you know, from Britain? Is something wrong, Bruno? Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? Like it's all the time for us. But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know? Uh-huh, I'm sure. So, I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. Very well. No, Lord von Zix. The court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there's never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Bob Windyback, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there's a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? That the assailant was shorter? It means the victim was most likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Are we gonna update it like 3 times? Indeed. The court accepts and hand them over to the bed of please. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he keeps articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windybank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket or something? She's one of those filthy drabs that live in the slums in the East End. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are the jurors waiting for? Kill the witch! Burn her! Can't jump to conclusions here. We must assume her good. We mustn't assume her good because of what she has to do to survive. My learned Nepalese friend. It is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prostitution has barely begun presenting its case. Jesus, you had more? Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious. After that testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pig-purse, a cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. Windy Bangs Revolver. We're gonna have to inspect a lot of items soon. This is good. Like the mood in here has really turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Rumno. I think that's because it has. Oh, he's ready. He's going all out. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windybank on the 16th of April of this year. Okay. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. One of these is not like the others. Internet Skulken. Occupation is, baddie. Professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulken. Occupations, same as him. Vice Gregson. Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right. We're what they call the three Skulken brothers. What? Well, don't tell me he's actually related to these two goobers. They're looking at me for that. Don't lump me in with you lot. Oh, blimey. That's cold. Don't you know what you're going through? We're going through. So hold up, bruv. Lost contact with him, we have. So we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. And then last night, we come across you. Very spit of the block. And there right Ringo. He's Nash, he is. The very spit of him. So we decided there, and then what we was gonna do, we was gonna call you Big Bro Sulky. What are those Professor Layton characters? Oh, leave it out here too. Skulky Skulken? That's before he's a runner of chips. Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. I'm begging your pardon, Lord, but my name is Tobias. I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulken brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. These are they? These three? No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't let me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence. Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Holy shit, the short one is really short. He's already standing on a box, are you kidding? The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain on the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Understand, Mr. Skulkin? You will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question, and what exactly you saw. Hey, Pito. Because the Skulkin's never Skulkin. Get out of it. Illegal entry. He was walking down Baker Street. I forgot that voice I gave him already. He was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the Gav's door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in towards. But once we got inside, God blimey lummy, we had a gunshot from the back row. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We said we never took nothing. Just left after that, nice and quiet. A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. No witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and with only a victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Runo? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair on the stand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I just have to expose their testimony for the peck of lies it is.
Hold it!
The front door of Winnie Banks was ajar, you say? What time of the night was this? Must have been right about 1, right, Ringo? What's that face he's making? Yeah, I'd say so, right, Sulky? Alrighto. The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, with pitch black inside, it's true. Into the right, Ringo. I'm not sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Sulky? Me old mucker? Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of a gun trained on the unfortunate victim.
Objection!
That's pure conjecture. Huh. Perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder. Simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened. Like some kind of sign begging for us to go in, was it? Wait, I don't see how there's contradiction there. Yeah, it's here anyway.
Hold it!
What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in? Was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside? They're not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. It led us to a bloke what looks like our old bro. I said cut it out. Those chips are getting a chomping today. No! That's not what I want.
Hold it!
Hold it! I got you saying. Just the one? Are you sure about that? Yep, just the one, Governor. I can swear on that. Was nice, it was. Ain't that right, bro? The firearm was the firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Windybeck always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter. Right, I remember. When he examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. Makes sense. Windybeck always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true. Remember him saying that as well. So, we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used in the murder weapon as the murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Oh. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there's only one other door, that of the storeroom. Plus there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see, but... And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open the door? Eh? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot. Well, you turn to Rabbit Ringo. You turn to Rabbit Ringo. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you'd have to say, wait, normally. Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways when hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, or the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination, my learned Nipponese friend. It would seem as a performer. So I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet.
Hold it!
You didn't do or take anything? But it was Bellum soon as, weren't it? With no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left, nice and quiet, you say? We had nothing than violence. What? Nothing more than violence? We still haven't nibbled us, we are not bludgeoners. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out of me lucky lockets. So you clearly like us to believe. Eh? Come again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive! They fired a gun, you say? Blimey, Governor. If you localize a game, maybe don't put in 5 billion colloquialisms. That might be nice. Are you gonna tell us it was you in the doorway? I mean, even if it wasn't, you literally just admitted to it. It was. Why the bleeding order? What they mean mostly, but Jesus Christ. Yeah, sometimes, you know, some British characters are like, oh, they thrown the occasional bottle of water. And then there's people that only speak in like half-written words and you have to decipher what's happening. And as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Sholmes. They shot at great Mr. Sholmes. Did hear that actually. There was a rumor he'd been hospitalized. Great Sholmes, that's beyond a pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. Not to mention the idioms they keep throwing at you. Yeah. And it's not like common knowledge ones either. It's not like stuff where they, oh, it's raining cats and dogs, like. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Unless you're playing the British version, I guess. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, Consul. The court will hold this weapon as evidence. The Sulcan Brothers gun has been entered into court evidence. No, my little Nepalese friend. Why is there a Russian juror? Oh, it's not just any Russian juror. It's the war criminal that... I'm pretty sure it's the war criminal. That's being hunted right now. That was mentioned in the boat case. Yes? Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. How the fuck? Well, I don't know. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime and scrutiny in this trial. Well, I don't need a... Okay, no. You're a lawyer and just says, objection, I don't need evidence. I think it's time to pack up. I think it's over. Because I was there. I'm above the law.
Objection!
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of this rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired the gun before they left Windybanks at that night. The court demands that all claims are affirmed with full proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm? Well, that would be the blood report, wouldn't it? Can I not? Okay, I guess I can. What if I just, whoops, present the whole... Wait, can I? Okay, no. What if I present the whole thing?
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio. What? What on earth have you there? During the course of our investigation, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. However, never need the police of you. Just can't accept that he's, you know, in the wrong sometimes. He just always has to make it about us and us being bad. Like, what do you mean you did investigations on your own? How dare you? It's always scary when the music doesn't stop. Bro. Well, anyway. We analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. Oh. Do you think... Okay, hear me out. What if Von Zieks is just insanely racist towards Japanese people because he was super good friends with Iris's dad? And, you know, he thinks he doesn't forgive the Japanese people for letting his murder escape. His murderer. We analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein? I'll never forgive the Japanese. Damn straight. Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? For this. What's that? Explain! It's a photographic print taken at Windybank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. The scene of a crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? My eyes do not deceive me. It appears the bullet is still lodged in there. You, for one, am convinced he calls them Nipponese, not because it's appropriate for the time, but rather because it kind of sounds like nipple, and he thinks it's funny. He's just constantly drinking, and then he's like, oh, my Nipponese friend. And then in his head he goes like, yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Winniebank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set on the 16th. It's his single greatest roast. That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Order! What does the prosecution stand, Lord Wang Zix? If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. Get the deal. You're gonna get into them details. Tell him, Soupy, that the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Von Zieks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese, I almost call it Japanese, Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Von Zieks? As has been established, at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brothers' guns. However, if that shot has found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly, these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Winniebank at all. So that's it. Wait, they actually just did the JoJo handshake. They actually just straight up did it. They couldn't stop themselves from this episode being beyond JoJo coded. They disgraced the JoJo handshake. Yeah, they didn't do it one-to-one, but goddamn if it wasn't close. It was just enough so, you know, you couldn't pull legal actions. We didn't, Nash. We didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and, let us not forget, attempted murder. Wasn't even about panties, man. Well, who knows? Maybe they stole some, you know? Maybe that comes to light later. Quite a catalog, eh, fellas? Win right now, bro? No, then. Let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. The patty stealing is more of an Apollo Justice thing. But if my provider keeps being shit, maybe we'll get there sooner than later. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh. That's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. What is that console? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. And the idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. This is like a horror movie right now. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. What about the second camera? I get the feeling the guy is holding back the second camera until we bring it up. Why does the prosecution always get the good evidence? In fact, there are two such devices in the victim's shop. Oh, he actually brings it up? If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour? I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can clearly pray that the would-be criminals linger, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. It's a bit of a Freya talk, eh, bro? A Freya talk. A Lady Luck loves the Skulkin. Witnesses. At what time did your trespassing begin? Must have been just after 1, right, bruv? Must have been Nash. Must have been, yeah. Just gone 1. What now? I don't know. I have no idea. You wanna find it out? You wanna do research for us? A Freya Tuck. Enlighten us. That's your homework. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Whoa. Okay. Doesn't look good. That's the defendant. I'm guessing it's Mr. X Benedict dressed up as Miss Gina Lestrade. Wait, yeah, it is. It very clearly is, because she doesn't wear the black overcoat in that picture. Freitag is the fat monk from Robin Hood. Oh. So you don't get how that makes sense here though in context. It's a bit of a Friar Tuck, eh? Like, is he just known to be lucky, or...? Oh no, she is wearing the black overcoat. The accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence if you please, counsel. Photograph of Gina has been entered into the court record. That's not good for me. Ugh. I don't believe it. Ginny! I need some water. I've been talking for as long without drinking anything. Killing me. In short. The accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Windybank. Dead. I say, my lord. What if I might put in a word at this point? Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. We took a belly bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maywand, 1880. Don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Boss, you can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you say. The battle for daily life, if you like. Here I am now, leading a small squadron, 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together. You mark my words. One for all and all for one. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? Panamanov speaking. Yes. That is the carried up squadron's position, sir. What? No. It's too soon to report. Status report for the court, man. On the double. His lordship insists on promptitude and not what? Promptitude at all times. And that goes for making decisions too. I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. The truth now undeniable. Stop. I am very sorry, brother. I am very sorry, brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
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 Guilty. Well, honestly, took longer for this than I expected. It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimously in its leaning already. How dare the half-moon man betray us? We're getting betrayed left and right, honestly. I think the half-moon man case, there was also somebody that just straight up betrayed us for no reason. Must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Jenny didn't shoot him. Gonna leak his wife's situation again? No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well. The court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. The jurors' contentions. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketer. Okay, let me check the court record actually, just to, see all the stuff that we got in so rapid fire. Autopsy report. Details of victim, Pop Winniebank, male, pawnbroker at Baker Street, time of death, 1 to 1:30 a.m. Okay. Ring party, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Dr. Stevens is the coroner. Post-mortem findings, single bullet wound in the upper half of the victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. Autopsy findings, instant death from a post-eroanterior bullet wound to heart. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Just missing a shot from the back? Yeah. I mean, I know those things, but I don't know. Never heard that word. So, trying to pronounce this always a struggle. Super doctors and their Latin nonsense? Real. Mr. Winniebank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Winniebanks always used to keep a gun on hand. Leave it with a single bullet, I understand. That's right. Keep it on the corner. Maybe... Guessing that's the same thing. Yep. Okay, this is... how we can't see, I think. Can't see if this is the same gun or not. But probably is. Can see the clocks in the background, but I mean, I don't think we need to. Oh. Bending the knees to appear shorter. Uh-huh. It is, it's a revolver. Ammunition still loaded in 5 of these revolver 6-cylinders. Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. The chonky kind too. The one that will just one-tap you. So where's the missing bullet? The missing bullet is the one that's logged in the calendar. This one. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at the young Hippocratean. As a housemate, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at that photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. I have left it in there. I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. This mate has been fucking with us since the second case for the second case in a row. I think she's actually been here since the very beginning. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. The circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. It's a really fucking cute mouse, I do have to agree with that one. The storeroom, locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by the witnesses. Not to mention the sprint. Take from the chap who's seen action on the battlefield. This young girl's on the verge of pulling the bully trigger. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear. Police cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybanks. Which means there's more to the situation than we've yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor, Counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Here comes the sick music. Oh, never mind. I thought this had sick music. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young Hippocratean. Doesn't I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. Okay, I think I need to press them all because I don't see anybody that contradicts somebody else.
Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsumi's landlord, Mr. Gary Depp, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Oh, you're that lawyer, sir. Well, there's a turn up for the works. Yes, rather turbulent time we had back then. Extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. We rather a lot for you, didn't we? Are we actually guilt-tripping him here? I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Happy tonight, I suppose. The curse of the Gerda powers was the talk of the town after that business. Law just moved out, and I couldn't get a belly soul to take up the tenancies. Oh. Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough that the old girl's collapsed up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot, but not for us. That's for dash certain. Suppose not. Of course. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. Wait, is he actually just being spiteful? What the fuck? Obviously. But honestly, I really wish he'd pay more attention to the trial and less to juror number 2.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see. Again. A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, big purses, and crossmen. Scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Sherlock Holmes? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rand's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Please! I second that notion. Mr. Sholmes, a maid? It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum, having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor detail, it was the 2 brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Oh! Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Paste. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective. What the fuck?
Hold it!
Jesus Christ. I agree. What? I agree with you. This is some more of a patience with each trial. The shooting of Mr. Sholmes was an unforgivable act. But the purpose of this trial is to determine who shot the pawnbroker, Mr. Winniebank. I'm afraid you're splitting hairs, sir. Sorry? Whether it was the thieves or the pig purse, it was still gutter trash that shot the pawnbroker in the end. Filth that should be cleaned up and eradicated, in my considerate opinion. Thanks so much for sharing. Changing this maid's mind isn't going to be easy. Bruno. It was one of those 2 brothers that shot Hurley, wasn't it? Yeah, without question. Well then, I never forgive them. Oh, Iris. Perhaps we can use this maid's statement to help us somehow, do you think? Yeah, maybe. Let's listen carefully to what each juror has to say first. think you'll find that if you look at a photograph, there's blah, blah, blah. What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry? What? Don't you know? If you look at the photograph print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection.
Look at this photograph. No, don't actually. Not right now. Later when I can prove my point, but not while it proves the other people's points. But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it would reveal all sorts of new information. And by any chance, you're a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. I wonder what the photo he has up there is. It never gets old, seeing the two prints emerge into you, one before your eyes. It's extraordinary. It's captivating. It's the height of modernity. Of course. Will you do if it actually forces you to use the 3D feature? I mean, I'm sure the game would just, you know, do it for me and I wouldn't have to sit here and cross my eyes. Oh, yes. I think you'll find that the stereoscope is there to stay, giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. Aren't VR goggles kind of a stereoscope? If only it could give me a new perspective on this case. I might agree with you. If I have left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that. Ah, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. A surgeon? That totally passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. Even though me and mankind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. You know, I don't think you can call yourself the real brain in the field if you're losing objects into the people you operate on. Oh, well, that's a little embarrassing to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday, standard thing. Went in through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I... Wait. Please, for the love of God, don't tell me he's the surgeon of Mr. Jones. What? Did he? Surely not. Exactly. Surely not. You say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. That's exactly my concern, and seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. What the hell is wrong in this city? It's London. It's all the smog. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure. Sure. You need to be more sure.
Hold it!
Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. Our communications with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electric signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed? Makes my head hurt just thinking about it. Wait, they laid cables back in the early 1900s? Are you kidding me? Like across the ocean, I mean. Not just, you know, anywhere. You were informed, young lady. How else would that kind of transmission work? Well, honestly, good question. It can't be by satellite. But Huh. Just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to four corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technology. Revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. The what are piffle. Can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys. Oh, here we go. Wait.
Excuse me.
Okay. The real-world electrical telegraph was invented in 1894. Sure, number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Well, you bet I do. And say that again. Go on. I dare you. Goodness. Are you talking to me? I think he just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh? Absolutely. I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease them. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know. Pardon. I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. First cross-continental telegraph messages were sent in 1850 via undersea cables. God damn. Sort of possibilities. Well, take a crime scene for example. If you had a pair of photographs from the crime scene that could not view through a stereoscope, it would reveal hidden clues. You'd never... What? You got any, Runo? Any prints you could look at with a stereoscope? Well, kind of. Wait. Do I have them? I'm missing one picture. If he gives me the second camera version of this one, we should be able to do it. I mean, the only other one that I have is this one, but I don't think that's the one that... We need a stereoscope version of this.
Take that!
Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then. I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. But I don't have the other one. The fucking Zeke is keeping it to himself. Where are the other pictures? I can't. I literally can't.
Take that!
Oh dear, oh dear. Don't you have these in the Far East? Can I use the cat pics? Yeah, but the cat pics won't help me. Well, they won't help me further my thing here. Bruno! What? You need 2 photographs with a stereoscope, remember? Why can't I just ask the guy? Please let this lead to me asking Zeke's. Oh yes, I remember now. But the print we have from the pawnbroker is just a normal photograph. No. You think... I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man here then. You'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me. Keep talking like that, I'm gonna no-scope you. Let's get things back on track, shall we, Council? In Motherland, we never say judge. Please tell me you're not violent. You recognize him! How is he constantly in the dark for everything, but he recognizes this guy? Please tell me you're not violent Bolshevik. The Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary? Duh, I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor. As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal. Ooh. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me a revolutionary murderer autocrat. And which glove fits? Good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like vicious criminal all the time. It is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers? Oh, maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop. I think that's also actually a woman. Oh my god, can you imagine? Can you imagine if he's actually controlled by the mouse? It's not an actual person, it's just a puppet, a robot, a giant mouse mech. But they have done nothing wrong. That is all what I want to say. The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong, that right? Alright, well, first of all, it's one not so little misunderstanding I need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Aris. Never mind, why did I use your voice already? What is it, Bruno? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London Town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case... was it that there's a Russian tourist sitting around there who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. Guess we're just gonna yada yada over that fact, I see. Let me pin two people. How do I do that? Oops. Figured he'd asked that way earlier with how often he just so happens to get jurors related to the cases. He asked why he keeps getting the same people considering they're supposed to get selected at random. And she was just like, you know, coincidence happens.
Objection.
Objection! Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Oh lord. Counsel, explain yourself. Oh my. My statement? Contradictory? Contradict. I love mouse moving its head. It's so good. Juror number 6. You've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Shams in the abdomen, I understand. Surely, you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear? You have the wrong end of the mouse, you're petting its butt. But it like when it gets the butt squiggles. Abdomen, abdomen. A, B, D. For somebody who doesn't know the language, supposedly, and who has to look up words, he knows how to perfectly spell them just by hearing them. Squiggles like getting butt squiggles. Squiggles like getting butt squiggles. It's like dogs. You know, when you pet them and then you pet their booty, they get all jiggy. Sorry. My English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Forgive me, I did not hear. Curious word, abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English, I am Russian, not native speaker. Thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again. Oh, the mouse is down. It's time to get serious. You are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were alive? I need that one. I said before, we never done nothing. The truth is, they shot detective. Duh. This is double negative. They're going to put the facsimile to me because I'm not native into this organization as well. Yes, that's exactly right. Whoa, chill out, my guy. Lying is wrong, especially when lies said in by person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough. I trust no one now. It's not the master's fault, though, sir. I must see with my own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. At least he's dedicated, you know? What did he say? I'm afraid there won't be pause. Yes, it is, Bruno. Easily. Sorry? With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder. Ah. If you compare the print that pictures, Ginny, and the next print from half an hour later. You'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Hooey, Mr. Prosecutor! Two. I'm calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Swanton brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later after the brothers' flight. Okay. So, this was taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell. Nothing has been taken. I don't know, let me see the two pictures. That does seem to be the case. Can't notice anything that's obviously missed in the second print. Just add it to the court records, okay? Take a look. So the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot men, but they stole nothing. You like the framed pic of the Labrador? It's very nice. I wonder whose dog that one was. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. We're right. I did not understand the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial. Hell yeah. Dubsky Rooski. Yay! Well done, Runo. The balance is shifting. Well, that's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we just might turn the situation to our favor still. I'm content. Continue trial. Thank you, Consul. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Can I get more of these? Can I just request the whole stack gets added? Have that print to the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. In Lake of Lies are many dead feet. We must find truth before I say not guilty verdict. Maybe that could count as a... Okay, hear me out. Have you ever heard of that trick where it's like, oh, find the differences, you look at both images and you cross your eyes? Maybe that's the picture we need for the stereoscopic view. Not the same time frame of the room so we can see the room in 3D, but just that image, so if we look at it cross-eyed, we find the differences, we find what's missing, or what's been disturbed or something like that. But just before we do that, let me take a look at them myself. Well, the glass is shot, but I mean, that's not really surprising. You don't quite know. I have no idea. Can't see it right now. Wait. Okay, never mind. Whatever, we'll just keep it in. They need to pit these guys against each other again. Does this count?
Hold it!
Alright, these two prints were both taken within the same camera in Winniebanks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer, do you know how stereoscopic images work? Do you understand the principle? Okay, so I guess that's not how this works. Yeah, I understand the idea here. I was just kind of going out on blind luck. I get it, a video game. So why can't I just ask for more prints? Oh, of course, now I see. Ah, I think the young girl has discovered a secret. I have. Okay. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these two pictures from Hurley's camera, Runo. Go on. Can you see that there's a really obvious difference between them? I mean, besides the two people missing? Um... And the lamp being shot, I guess. What's this? There are two people in the first and no people in the second. Well, yes, you can see that straight away, but now try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions. Alright. Okay, so it was that trick that I mentioned. To start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the two pictures overlap exactly. Let's see, if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Damn, they really want you to stick your face into the monitor for this one. Wait. Well, did you manage to see it properly, Runo? Sure. What's going on with these two pictures? Some of the things on the counter sort of jump out at you. He gets the mobile viewer. Cannot even cross your eyes. Wait, so it's actually a skill? That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power? Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce is to some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that? I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of stereoscope, you'll answer that your own question. Basic principles of a stereoscope? The camera was moved or what? As I said before, if you try to look at the two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. You can adjust yours to see things less sharp, but you can't cross them? Huh. Interesting. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the object on the counter haven't been moved at all, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their position. Yeah, there must have been. Now hold fire, sir. Get a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does the shift between the two prints even exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. Well, everything would appear if the camera was moved, so I'm guessing only the object moved a little bit. What? Me? I'm the first idea. You know, Rune, it's quite simple. It is. Just think it through, step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Position of some items at the counter appears to have shifted slightly to the interim. In the interim. So that means? That means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Your Zokas! Someone tampered? New information. Stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far. Stop. Yes. We've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the countertop. Oh. Is it these scoobers? I mean, if it were these scoobers, I feel like they wouldn't be two different people. It might just be him. I mean, I do want to accuse him because it's obviously him, but... they are kind of easy pickings here just to continue the trial. Maybe it was Sholmes? I mean, maybe, honestly.
Take that!
Quite clearly, it was the work of this meddler. Okay, it's wrong. Should now be cleaving to you, who's responsible for the impeachable shift in the direction of this trial. One does never discount the possibility of Sholmes. Shift aside my Japanese friend and let the real lawyers do the talking. I'm going to accuse the big one because I feel like the small one wouldn't be able to reach the counter. It could technically be her, but that would not help me at all.
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Wait. This does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My phrasebook says dukes is meaning hands and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what you are saying? No, hold on a minute there. You can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. Give me a phrase book. Imagine this game is like a Shakespeare novel, and every time a new phrase pops up, just in the top left or somewhere as a little pop-up, this means that. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing the gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that I just Uno reversed the guy, that she was cursing Mr. Windybank to open the storeroom door. Keikaku means plan, the classic. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interests lay within the storeroom, not on the main shop. In the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused of pick purse. Come and get her trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madame. No better, in fact worse, than a pick purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right to and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Would it be funny if the maid's master was Mr. Eggs Benedict? I'm gonna feel like the maid is gonna be here for every trial, and in the final trial it's gonna turn out that she's the maid of Lockhart. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair. Either that or she's the maid of Zeke's. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen the extraordinary potential firsthand. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. We'll return home via Regent Street. Stop. Hey, we're winning. Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call the summation examination to conclusion, with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And I order this trial to continue. Well done. Oh, by the way. What? You should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. The stereoscope has been entered into the court record. Lord von Zeeks, will you instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them? I'm sure at once one of the bouquet to do so, my lord. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. To be continued. Easy peasy. Only lost 1 life. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. I presume you heard the defense's counsel's summation examination? Ah, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov. I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Cor, blimey! is going to be very hard work. Early in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Winniebanks. Well, I was Bedlam soon as, weren't I? What? Was Bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out me Lucasy lockets. I. You brothers. Poor blimey! On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that out? Dumbasses. You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Each line that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. Jesus! And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. I shall turn you into my vampire minions, no! The thought worthy of pondering, perhaps. Say no more, girl. We hear ya. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll preach. Illegal entry. Alright. We did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling up for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? They made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Lummy, I didn't have a fright. Lummy, it didn't give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter come out the door and get us next. We took everything back where we found it and scurried straight into them in the black. When I shot the pawnbroker, see, we never even had a chance, did we? So you admit to the defense's accusation. Not ransack, Governor. No. That's right, Nash. That's right. That's more like we tidied up, yeah. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like gruffs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't you make us sound a bit more cutthroat? Can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Winniebanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye, I'm sure of it. Ching. Legal entry, the whole truth.
Hold it!
If that's the case, then why did you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't! If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. We said the bingo, the old China. We'd only land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. Well, that's rotten luck, says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. When did you ransack the victim's counter? You ransacked nothing. Right, thanks, right? Or like, we tidied the place up? He's so done. Ah, sorry. Who's when we heard the gunshot, see?
Hold it!
So, what you're saying is... the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much that you knocked all those other things off the counter? Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah? This bag of nerves needed to learn to keep its shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright? Blimey, me that granny would have woken up from that bang. Big brother screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a lot of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. I got tangled up in some marionette what knocked over a picture frame what knocked them skulls on the floor. You've really mastered working quietly then. What a record. Me granny would have been scared back into a grave like a letter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, oh fuck, that scared me. It was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, bang! Animal over here.
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? Probably nothing, of course. Didn't even bother to mention it, only... well, fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's in your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. The statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Yeah, did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. Doesn't ring a bell now that you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. So mention it already? Nah, he can't. He has to play hard to get. Kinda feeling like perhaps you've even been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? I discover the witness's testimony as any more sloppy. What has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be? I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it. Yep. It's all coming back to me now. You know the one good thing about the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles? For once the judge is on our side. If the defendant is constantly caught lying, they're not like, oh, well, you sweet poor thing, things happen, you know, sometimes I too get forgetful, don't worry about it. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice sitting out. That's just cause they haven't invented dementia yet. I think that's just because they haven't had hot single women on stand yet.
Hold it!
So, in fact, you heard the voice of the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did, Gov, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, We had a kind of wavering voice before the yell no. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. What? Kind of a thing. But there's only one gun, theoretically. So, you know, Korean acting tragically missed. The one hot single woman they had on the stand did get off free. Did she? Wait, who's the hot single woman that you're thinking of? And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was. Storeroom, where the victim was found dead. The one framing us in case 1? Oh, wait, in this game. I thought we were talking about the original. Well, I'm sure she'll get what's coming to her. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Windybank. On me Granny's life? Of course it was! On his Granny's life? Of course it was. Don't you have the same Granny? So, that would mean... that you both knew Mr. Windybank and the sound of his voice? Eh! So, that would mean... what? What, Nash? What? Any ideas? Yes, Console. Indeed it would. No. We didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny it when they're blowing all the fancy flowers giving us the devil eye? If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On me Granny's life it is. On his Granny's life it must be. It's a good job his Granny's dead. Jesus. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. You make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tidied up right after, like, what? Right after, like, the good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it... Objection!
Hold it!
Do you think that Mr. Windybank had a gun in his hands? Yeah, but it was a side A. Them two waving the... aside? Wait, so you saw it too? What are you on about? Them two waving them guns at each other must have done got pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot. It really sounded like I meant it, mind. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Winbank was known to keep a revolver in his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he readily put the bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course. Good grief. Extraordinary devotion. Indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger that night, the other night. Only the person who was gonna shut beat him to it. Crooked is goose proper. Cooked? Cooked up? I'm guessing cooked. Maybe we should squeeze the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, give me that gun. And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot. It was more or less at the same time. Go. Give me the gun! Kind of thing. Yeah, Korean acting. Very tragically messed. Can we hear the sound of someone in the deck? Why do they look so happy about that? Everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tidying the place up. Follow me. You didn't have give me a fright.
Hold it!
TikTok cringing. What they're the OG British Paul brothers. Open the storeroom door then. Oh, by the way, I don't know how true that is. I just heard it float around on the internet. Apparently, Mr. Beast and I think Logan Paul, I don't know the difference between those two, wanted to do some shit in Egypt, and the Egyptian government straight up said, no, Logan Paul is banned from Egypt, and he's never been to Egypt. They just know what that guy is about, and they immediately banned him from the country. I hope it's true. Well, honestly, we can fact check it live on stream. These guys are at least kind of funny. True and real. Let me see here. Yep. But he's banned from another country, so did he get banned in Japan as a response? Who cares? Mr. Beast did buy the pyramids for like a weekend or so. What? Do you mean he just rented out the area? I don't think you can just buy a world wonder like that. So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not on your life? Went deathly quiet after that, it did. Put the wind right up me. You rented the straight up pyramids for some stupid video? That just doesn't... What? How? But anyway, the door was locked, weren't I? Weren't it? No way that was opening. I kind of don't believe that actually happened. I think that's just a video title of this, and then, through the magic of editing. Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe. Think it's on YouTube even? Yeah, but Smoke and mirrors. It was, Gov, it was! From the inside! Oh, my throat really starts hurting right now. Right. So, we've had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like through a keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps. Don't ring no bells. Don't light no lights. We had to cut in our run before we noticed anything like that. We still cutting our teeth in this game, see? But one day, we'll really cut the mustard. Please cut it out. But, as we know, behind the door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Gina was in there, unconscious, with a gun in her hand. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? That's right, Gov. That's right. Couldn't have, even if we wanted to.
Hold it!
Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, we was very hasty there. We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. You're shaking like a leaf. Don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss, good advice. Truth be told, me mind went blank, totally blank. Before your mind goes blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Mental note made, miss. After that, we legged it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or somewhat. So they clapped the derbies on us like winking. And after you'd been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah. But listen, that proves it, don't it, eh? We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we?
Hold it!
And why should we believe that? Yo, what? Well, cause it's true, ain't it? And the place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night you in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windybank. Correct. You've got a mister. Now, down to a T. So, the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windybank? That's really true, I wonder. That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony? What is it, Bruno? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. I could use some tea right now, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. It is nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry? People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in it, and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described. You concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why, that's all. I hope Susato comes back soon. Or Susano? Susato. Because her voice is way nicer than Iris's. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes, I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Okay, what do we have here? Just give Iris the Lockhart voice? Okay. Wait, that's not what I want. Going. Where does it stop going in the wrong direction? I want to say, how do they know the owner was shouting and how do they know the other person in the room was the girl? But they could just deflect that by saying, well, she's the accused right now, you know, that those are facts, so that's just the wording I use. Didn't have give me a fright. Just thinking the shooter to come out the door and get us next. Well, I'm ready to clean up after that. What evidence do I have? Hmm. To pop your 2 prints in there to start. Then we look through the eyepiece, and you can see the image in 3 dimensions. One thing is, get right, what? Bum, bum. Red vest, red vest. Oh. Maybe just press them that if they're so scared, why did they clean up? Or if they're so scared, they do have a gun and they're not afraid to shoot. I don't know.
Objection!
Let's just consider the implications of that statement for a moment, shall we? No? No, it's wrong? Okay. What? Jesus. Wait, how do I... Wait, hold on. How do they know the guy was holding a gun?
Hold it!
Waving them guns at each other must have been pretty heated. I read all this. But what do I present here? Just a normal gun? Like his gun? Yeah, get on with it.
Objection.
What do you mean, no? It's... I don't know, my brain is too fried this late into the night. I don't see a clear thing here. Does he hold a gun in the picture? I mean, no, but couldn't you also just represent this pistol and be like, yo, there's only one gun, so how did they both hold a gun?
Objection.
Okay, honestly, that's the same thing in my opinion. I think that's just another Ace Attorney BS moment. You saying that on your night in question. The victim, Mr. Winnibang, was wielding a gun, is that correct? You know how that game is? I know how that game is. That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. Yes, Nash, yes, no question. They wanted to be as clearly shown as possible. My fault, Chief. And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winniebank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection.
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, that's right. Right, Nash, too right. Your geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh? Hardly likely. No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel, and heed my earlier warning, witnesses. Or... That's... I mean, so it was partially right, but not really. The fuck? Wait. Where's the autopsy report? Was between 1 and 1:30. Q2 game? How do I prove that it was like exactly after 1? I mean, clearly at 1:30 they already finished this. So do I just present this one now? Is there a clock here? Maybe, oh wait, hold on. Substantially short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking. So, is there a way to show he's been shot in the back so it couldn't have been at the counter at 1 a.m. since they were facing off? I mean, everybody knows that he was shot in the back room. We know that he got shot in the back. We can prove that. But the issue is that we don't know that, you know, the photo, we don't know the exact time when he got shot. So they're arguing right now that in the time between the picture being taken and him getting shot, he might have been... Oh wait, he couldn't have struggled back because he was shot on the back. Why is there no cops at 1:30? Because they're already in the back room. So, you know, he could have been shot at 1:20. But he was shot in the back. Hold in place, so you would have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. The gunshot, we had a yelling to that gun. Knock a few things over. Okay, which of these statements is the most he was about to... It's either this one. I'm guessing it could be this one. It's like, how would he, you know when he's getting shot on the back? Could be either this one or it could be this one. But because this one worked and they were like, be more conclusive, I'm going to go with this one first. Why did he turn his back then? Just a single bullet wound in the man's back. Please be right. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winniebank, was wielding a gun, is that correct? That is Gov. You've got the picture. Yes, Nash, yes, no question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winniebank was not holding a firearm of the... Oh my... Didn't we prove that like 3 ways from Sundays already? This is the correct picture for that shit? Fuck off, game. Gordon Bennett. That ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Winniebank's gun was found at the scene. Come tomorrow, I need to make myself tea again. Like, this is killer for my throat, I'm not used to it anymore. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Why are they posed up like that? Yeah, that mall jeweler used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun! Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are, right there. Okay? If the crime had taken place as you've so colorfully described in your testimony, it would have risen to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend. But let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where's the proof that demonstrates this is inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? Okay, do I just autopsy report it here to be sure? Yeah, this one also states that there's no other shot wounds, so it has to be this.
Take that!
According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of, "Give me that gun," followed by a gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony were true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states, "Don't you dare update the autopsy report," that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Yeah, girl. But it's the God's honest truth. It is Nash, it is. We was shot that night. The shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Winniebank holding a gun? It's so like that, but it's not all. Ladies and gentlemen, you've all just heard the admission by these two witnesses. That on the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that, despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Dash, Order! 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 Goes fucking Super Saiyan. Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, I weren't supposed to, He's about to go Super Saiyan. And would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? I was so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we, cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we blackball, you know what it'll do to us. What are they talking about? Let me make your position perfect, big player. You will talk. There's no other option available to you. Bruh, come on. The game's up. But you'll have our guts regardless. In case it hasn't quite sunken in yet. No matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well... Do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Alright, so we just got inside the gap and have the sign of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me the gun, he bellowed. Then he flew at us like it was possessed. But we did it. Giza, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. He pulled me gun on him and then he lunged it through that door into the back room. It had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. So, you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop? I feel like you are missing the main picture here. Not only did they meet him, they had a straight up confrontation in which they pulled their own gun on him. Well, yeah, sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But, but honest, Governor, this time, Nash, it's true. We ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well. Dear counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord! This is it. The moment we've been waiting for. Time to move on to the next witness. Right, so we went inside the cab. No. Stop. Seize.
Hold it!
When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Winnibang? Who else? Sorry, I mean, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gap, obviously. But we never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that. Back room being the pawnbroker's storeroom. Yeah, that must have been where he popped up from. Only place it could have been. Someone would assume the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises. Which means... sorry. Which means... Ginny must have been in there at that point as well. But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windybank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at the time? What? The Maltura? Couldn't tell you. No way, Clover. We had bigger fish to fry then. Again, the old geezer just lost it. Give me that gun, he bellowed. And then he flew at us like he was possessed. But we did it. Oh, geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. Where I completely skipped over stuff.
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Windybank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. Oops, wrong button. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Oh, did we? But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was the victim, Mr. Windybank, wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? Blimey, lummy! A great ugly burly head pointed straight at me. What? Frontispiece. So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windybank with the gun at the time, is that right? It is, Gav, it is. Spot on. And then all of a sudden, he came at us, he did. It was a battle. I didn't know who was going for who. We're clearly all going for each other. Like Nice said, we thought we'd had it. I mean, Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too. Well, yeah, of course we did. You knocked over a lot of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. Got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over and burned. So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter. Well, Big Bruffy went flying over the counter like a gunshot. I can tell ya. Then the old geezer pinned him. She did, man, she did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds. At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There's a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. But their story still doesn't really add up. If they had a fight with him, then what about that entire picture at 1 AM where he got held up at gunpoint? Where did that happen? Considering that they came in after that. That's right. When the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Poor Mr. Winnibag. He did everything he could to protect his shop. Well, they got him in and then he liked the food. Were you intending to shoot Mr. Winnibag? No, never. It was just, you know, looking for me bruv here, weren't I? It was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that right? Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, then ran up through the door and shut himself in. There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. Well, maybe Mr. Winnibag ran to the storeroom? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun. Ah, yes, that's right. He allegedly used Mr. Winnibag's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. Oh, I get it. I'm stupid. I'm fucking brain damaged. Don't worry about it. The guy they had a tussle with wasn't actually Mr. Winnibag, it was Mr. X Benedict. I have no idea. But that is strange, isn't it? This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Look, the point is, me and me bruv here. That's right, Nash. That's right. Me and me bruv here. We never had nothing to do with killing him. It's all what happened, I swear.
Hold it!
You'd say you had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all? Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was from the inside. We know it was, because we tried to open it. Wait, but there's... Wait, hold on. There's so many issues with that story. If it actually was ex-Benedict that went into the storeroom, like, no matter who it is, let's say it's ex-Benedict, as soon as those two left, they ran into us and shot Sholmes, who then, together with Susato, were just in the room constantly, so he couldn't have gone out through the main door. And if it would have been the actual Windy Bangs, then those two must have heard a gunshot. which never happened. So, you know. What's going on here? Is Mr. X Benedict still hiding in the shop somewhere? And so, in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, Counsel? I don't know. Anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Winniebags? I mean... Do I have to prove it? Do I have to prove it? Because I can't prove it. Is there anybody besides her who could have possibly shot him? Yes. Like, we don't know if, you know? Mr. and Mrs. Skullcom. Eh? What? What's that look for? The moment you admitted that you encountered the victim face to face that night, you were lying, weren't you? The course of this trial changed completely. It did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Winniebank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts, so pray, what other possible answer do you suggest of who shot the man? What? Question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of two conundrums. Two, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe? Indeed. Namely, on what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Runo? Not at all. Wait. What if the whole imprint thing is a red herring? And instead of all that, I don't know why it happened, I don't know how it happened. Let's just say Gina was in the storeroom, passed out. And he was, you know, he locked the door. He was slightly bending over to check on her. And because he was bending over, somebody who would shoot through the window of the storeroom door would hit the body so that it would appear that the bullet has a slight upwards trajectory. Or maybe he was bending over for the chest, I don't know, either works, honestly. I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I'm sure about. Okay, I'm pretty sure here, I think I might be onto something. But I'm also very close to dying, so... I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened. It would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the question posed by his lordship. Oh boy. You believe someone else could have killed the victim. Indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. What if ex-Benedict doesn't even exist in this case anymore? What if he's a red herring just like the actor in the last one? You believe someone else could have killed the victim? Indicate from where that person could have... I mean, it makes the most sense if the person... Like, if you lock yourself in here, 100% you think you're, you're safe. So you're willing to turn your back on the door. I'm gonna say here.
Take that!
Could have killed the victim? Well, the person outside the door. The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And an answer to the second question. Assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time?
Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. I love this guy so much. You just pull the most outlandish shit, and he's like, yeah, I knew that before I came in here today, so, go ahead. He's literally like Ainz when one of his underlings is like, oh, I figured out the plan, and he's like, oh, really? My learned friend, please enlighten the rest of the courtroom. Breathes in. Mr. Winniebank died instantly from a bullet wound on his back. Look at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor. It doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So, you're adamant that the shot was fired outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled my gun on him, and then he legged it through the door into the back room. Okay, but there's one issue here. No, there isn't! It makes perfect sense! It's so clear! This isn't their bullet, it's his bullet. And you know why? Because he was behind the counter. These two goobers come in, he shoots his shot, breaks the lamp in the process, knocks the other guy over, he has 0 bullets left, sees the other guy pull his gun, so he's like, fuck this shit. Legs it back into the back room, locks the door. Bro just had a JoJo style revelation. Yeah, the whole color of my background just changed. And the music kicked in. Pulled me gun on him and then he legged it through the door into the back room. Mr. Winniebank ran away through the door. Summoned the plot piano and everything. I got you now. Next you say, I couldn't have shot the guy. My bullet is in the calendar, for God. Haha. We have to assume that the door was opened at the time. What? It was precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life. I was overthinking it, but I guess that works too. Maybe the door was just open. Maybe he just didn't get to close it. That these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. See, we're just accusing everyone again? No, we just keep accusing the same brothers over and over. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Poor man. Shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running anyway. Okay, so the leaning forward does come back into it. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windybank. Oh my god, I'm partially smart. Oh my... I just realized that. Do you see the Reaper on his wine bottle? Just two crossed scythes. What a dweeb. I'm sure my learned friends can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. He leaves his job. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key on the lock? But... What if someone else locked the door? Yes, there's someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Was that so? Very well then, Counsel. Present your hypotheses to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shot and locked the storeroom door from the inside? Well, it can only have been her. Like, she woke up from all the commotion or some shit, picked up his gun for whatever reason, I don't know, to feel safe, I guess, because, well, she does know that there's only one bullet in, but who cares? And then locked the door, and they probably didn't see her in the corner because of the drapes or something, or they just, you know, killed him and were like, fuck, we gotta get out of here.
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd! You suggest that the accused deliberately engineered a sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, Counsel? Ah, yes. That's a tricky one, that, isn't it? You really just hit them with the... Oh, bleh. Perfect. Notions have no place in my courtroom, Counsel. Remember that, please. But of course Jenny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Yes, who wouldn't lock the door when somebody outside shoots their gun? Well, if it wasn't Jenny in that situation, if I was Jenny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windybank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windybank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windybank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windybank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we never shoot no one.
Objection!
That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity. Wait. I lost the plot. Wait, this. That doesn't add up. We're missing one bullet. If my previous theory is that his bullet ended up in the calendar and they shot him, but then they also shot Mr. Sholmes, then their gun doesn't add up. Where's the bullet? Where's it? Who shot which? To have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windybank's murder. Where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. Three! That was amazing, Bruno. All the members of the jury seem to firmly be on your side now. Well, I can get easily countered here. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict if not. An admirable effort, my learned friend. Is this now? Woo. He's laughing. You find this situation amusing, Lord von Zieks? I myself find the defense's arguments most persuasive. I dare say. Such chicanery as the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. What the fuck, my guy? I'm never prepared for his casual racist remarks. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because you see, it contains a fatal flaw. Yeah, I already noticed. Please don't push me yet. I haven't figured this one out yet. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your own logic's failing? I say, Lord von Zieks, might be an idea to explain this body conjuring trick or whatever it is you to the troops on the ground, The fatal flaws. My learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. Oh, he got me! By George, count bullets! Oh dear. He noticed then? Huh? What's everyone talking about? Counts, no? Yes, sir? Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. Two. 2 bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, which struck the detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, on the arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing a damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Holmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your Lordship, understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windybank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Sherlock Holmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my god, I think you'll find that if the single bullet that was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Holmes, it means... Windybank, not shot by the same gun. Stop. Only 1 bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick. Diversionary trick, with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Missed the last gun. Maybe both had a gun, but who knows? Wait, yeah, that's it. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord von Zieks. But this court needs to open its eyes. There's a 3rd gun, and the person that shot Sherlock Holmes is the smaller brother, because it went through his midsection, but the bullet ended up in the calendar, which is above head height. Maybe the actual murderer just, took his gun home with him like a sensible person. I think that they just dumped the gun somewhere before they got caught. The second gun. Or they, I don't know, left it somewhere in the pawn shop, which I kind of doubt, but this court needs to open its eyes. I'm guessing there's a 3rd gun and it's the small guy. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. That said, they got caught pretty much instantly, though. Yeah. So, it might actually... I don't know, maybe Mr. X Benedict does actually come back. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. Well thought, it wasn't the brothers. I mean, yeah, that's why I brought X Benedict back. I thought it was a red herring, considering we tightened the noose around the brothers. I thought he was like the weird actor dude from the previous case, if you remember him. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has the past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night of in question with a loathsome intent. I mean, okay, let me see here. Yeah, she has kind of darkish blonde hair. He has very bright blonde hair. And the person in this picture seems to have very bright blondish hair. As we can see, no doubt, on this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with a murder weapon. But, I mean, it could be her, but the bent knees still kind of, you know, throw me off. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. A disc. Wait! That's perfect for us. We can analyze the blood on the thing and see who it belongs to. And if we... Oh my god. We're gonna analyze that blood. We can bring that back to him. And he's gonna be the same blood that's on the calendar. I was taking that, whatever it is. Yeah. I'm sorry, miss. Yes, the music box disc. Mr. McGilder's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windybank. The accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed. No crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence console. As a grimst... Lord von Siegs, Inspector Gregson. What? Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and I think it was agreed that this wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why's the inspector acting strangely? The first time he said anything to Von Siegs at all. Is Van Siegs trying to coax us into the truth? I think Van Siegs in general is more trying to, you know, find the true culprits than anything. That's why he takes all our cases, because in our first case with Mr. McGilded, we had the balls to not just accept the not guilty verdict, but we kept pushing. I'm unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions, right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. And if that doesn't work, he just kills them. I don't know if he's actually killing them. It might be Strongheart that kills them, so, you know, they don't start blabbing. He's just tying up loose ends. I am the prosecutor. I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed, bailiff. Okay. Time to get crazy here, shall we? The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. Before you keep rattling on, let's analyze this blood. Bruno, look! This is blood! Just though I might have noticed it before. It's my time to shine again. Gotta be waiting forever. The final case is just us defending Dracula from the Lord Chief Justice, Emperor of Mankind. Yeah, we're just going to sue all of Great Britain. We're going to uncorrupt Britain and make Japan an actual country with a legal system. Can you get this on quickly, Iris? In a flash! We're gonna sue the Queen, damn it. I mean, I wouldn't be 100% surprised if the Swan Lady was the Queen, considering that all swans belong to the Queen. A lovely bright shade again. So, there we have it, our connection. What is it? We can place him at the scene of the crime. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Oh, this is wonderful. Finally, we got our own turning point. I still believe, though, that he was playing into our hand here. There's nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. Can I counter-argument that? Believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes. This is... what? Time must run different in this court. My lord, I wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up to now, if truth be told. But all of a sudden, the answer's barely obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no. No, please, hear me out first before you do something dumb. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
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 All with their eggbot. Jesus. We have consensus among the jury, it seems. But why though? Because Mr. Bigwig Vampire just hypnotized them all with his magic. When you have eliminated the possible, impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Is he quoting Herlock? Hey, that's my line! I wrote that for Hurley! How dare you use it against us? Sorry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. He can hypnotize me with his magic. What? There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination. Wow, I didn't even have to ask him for it. He just gives it to me now. Mr. Foreman, are you and your other jurors ready? Daredevil Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. He's just used to it. He's just sitting up there. God, am I glad that I'm getting paid by hour and not by case. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. The jurors' contentions. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. There's only 2 bullets were found at the scene. I would say the whole case is done and dusted. I'm guessing the bullet that was shot at Sholmes is still inside him or something, or they dragged it out of him. What? I don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was a pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operations would cause me such grief. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am ballistic expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. It's a concerning statement. He's totally not a Russian revolutionary, though. Definitely not. But when that fell apart, like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. You've been sitting on guilty since I entered this courtroom. What are you on about? I convinced you. Well, no more. The whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair. Harris? The prosecutor's being mean. He's bullying us. Just because Ginny's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past. That doesn't make her a murderer. Flurry. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Yes, of the truth coming out eventually. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. The defense's rebuttal.
Hold it!
And you a crook yourself. Just because Mr. Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying? Well... Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon? Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world? No, I'm simply illustrating that point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Well, yes, I might have a point there, I suppose. But let's not forget the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sword through and through, can't deny it. When you say that she'd shown she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. I just swiped that on only a day earlier, Why am I mistaken? Not exactly. Well, what do you mean? Completely exactly. She got the ticket from McGilded. It was hers to redeem and renew and whatever the hell. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that. I've never actually seen the real thing. Can't wait to have a closer look at it. Oh yes, of course. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe. We still don't know what tune it plays though, do we? I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy. McGilded's disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it in more detail. There's only 2 bullets were found at the scene. I'd say this whole place isn't done and dusted. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yes. Sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose. If there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. That bullet somewhere on the scene? Could that have been possible? I can't prove it, but it's not impossible. Okay, I just want to try it. Well, proving it sounds like, you know, I have definitive proof that this is the reality, which I don't have. You know what? I'm just gonna pass on this opportunity for now. It's not impossible. Fuck it. We just save for that. Allow me to show you then, the 3rd bullet. Why can't I go to people? I mean, this technically is the 3rd bullet. And it's the only thing I can present really right now.
Take that!
Okay, yeah. It would pass. It passes for a bullet as much as you pass for a lawyer. Coming from you, I'm going to take that as meaning not much. He's taking this personal. Fuck. Last life. I mean, I could make my argument, but...
Hold it!
So, if we've understood correctly, you need 2 pictures, a left eye and a right, slightly... Okay, who cares? No matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl on the dog. The dog. How can you be so sure of that? Think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice. Maybe the doctor gives me the last bullet, because he operated on Sholmes, he just, you know, swapped the bullet for a scalpel. Surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it? This is a waste of time. I'm not going to change this man's mind anytime soon. I know, merchant. Could you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? Like a scalpel is multitudes worse than a bullet? Yeah. Yeah. The defendant's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Okay, here it comes. I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. What? It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost didn't want to ask, but the surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... What was the fellow's name now? Herlich? No, Herlock? No, Herlock? Herlock Sholmes, by any chance? Yes, good lord! It was that Herlock fellow. What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes. Herlock. That's right. Using the very latest anesthesia techniques. I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you. This is crazy. Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. The funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. I hate to state the obvious, but... Yes? Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. The counsel for the defense is correct. No, that's not the right one, though. Wait, let me look at the... I don't think I have any pictures of that side. Window was insides with a fine-tooth comb. Just a sentence that makes you feel really weird. Understandable. Then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. Huh. Who do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound on the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake. You're saying that you checked his back? Of course I did. And there wasn't any trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all. That's the point! The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in that man's innards. Which is exactly why I said about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser, even now. How many times do I have to say it? Where's that bullet? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Somebody please solve the mystery. It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. The mystery of where the bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert when you need one? Wait, you need an expert, right? He's an expert. How does this dude sleep at night? I think he just passes out and forgets everything that happened during the day. Mr. Sholmes' surgeon is on the jury. I've experienced some coincidences recently, but this is ridiculous. I'm as surprised as anyone. But there's no question that Mr. Sholmes was shot. Well, that's what the police told me when they brought him in. How bad were his injuries, Doctor? He wasn't a bad way. He lost a huge amount of blood, you know. And I suspect he was shot at quite close range too. Because his skin was badly burned around the point of entry. And? As I say, I flipped the fellow over and examined his back, but there was no sign of an exit wound. which is why I thought I'd better locate the login, pop it out. And yet you say you found no bullet inside the patient. Well, I couldn't have done it. What? I wouldn't have done, would I? Because it's in the wall of the pawnbrokers. But how did it get there? I need someone to solve this mystery before it drives me to insanity. If only there were some expert in ballistics who could help, even if you looked extremely untrustworthy. Disappearing blood on our hands. This fucking game, man.
Hold it!
What does this do? Oh, I read that, never mind. What do you mean? You're in for a busy day? Forgot to say, stop. Do excuse me, stop. I'm a communications officer, stop. A communications officer? Does that have something to do with sending telegrams? Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all the messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically. To entire world? Thousands of miles of cables under the sea. Stop. Worldwide communication network. Stop. Information transmitted to and from all corners of globe. Stop. Ah, yes. She was getting equally worked up about radio waves or the like before, wasn't she? I specialize in communicating information from government departments and newspaper officers. I see. I'm sure I shall have to write the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So, no sleep for me tonight, I imagine. Let's just finish the trial first, shall we?
Hold it!
I thought you were just a tourist. Good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please. There's no way, just visiting tourist. So, you're a ballistics expert. Who knew? I have much experience with guns. Ah. I have lived through many, what do you say, extreme, violent, birth of, no, blood of, extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps? Duh, those, extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult tongue. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve. He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But, if possible, please only in the Russian language. He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he? No, so we should bear in mind. Come on, give me the Russian tourist.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. What? Oh, a ballistics expert! Pitting. P-I-T-T. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the skulking brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Whelan. His name is Whelan. Pleased to meet you. This apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. He's not evil, no. He got a cute mousey with him, okay? He can be evil. Evil people don't like animals. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen a very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. There was a blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly. The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. What the fuck? Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I heard today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. And no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice, very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from a lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. Good gracious! Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me, and there is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. What? Where do we get the ice from? What did Sholmes get hit by? But that doesn't answer my question at all. The shooting happened at the pawnbroker's shop. It's the fucking chocolate? No. No, please, for the love of God. If he got hit by his fucking caramel bar, and it's so soft that you can make an indent, but so hard that it deflects a bullet and shatters inside him and pierces him. That's some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Bruno, where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, it was his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. Glass? Wait, the guy couldn't find glass? That's so Sholmes is running around right now with a scalpel and a shot of glass in his abdomen? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may. Six. When I realized it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, maybe the chemicals melted the bullet? If the chemicals melted the bullet lodged inside him, they would also melt his insides. What are you on about? That would be horrifying. I'm guessing you're right with the whole caramel bar. That we find the vials intact but a broken off caramel bar. Now he'd win. He'd out autism the chemicals. I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? as I understand it. When the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, dude, I need a sick-ass chalice like that to drink wine out of. That would be so cool. They removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. You have a skull-shaped chalice? What? That sounds sick as hell. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. I have a skull-shaped glass bottle that I can fill with stuff. It's only for juice and stuff, but it looks really cool. I mean, who cares what you put inside, as long as it looks sick as hell. Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. I see. Okay, so one vial broke off. Oh, this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that. One of the vials is broken, and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the vial exploded. Exploded? So, that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sherlock's pouch. It was the glass vial exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate the victim, but was deflected into wall of shop. Kind of, but not really. Yeah, he knows. He's such a knower. A delightfully complex aroma. This motherfucker. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. No, it has no bearing on the truth of this case. But whatever it does, the Bongling and Burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. Is it set into evidence yet? Give me that stuff. The patient, the pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. Ugh. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Oh, thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester the scruffy pouch as evidence. Well, his pouch isn't scruffy. Hell yeah, time to investigate. Now, the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion. Fuck up, old man. Wait, oh, I don't, that's not what I want. Is the bullet still inside the glass vial? I hate this. This file is smashed to pieces. Presumably, this is where the bullet struck. As soon as the bullet hit the chemical in the fire, there would have been a really big explosion. Big explosion? Well, Hurley's potions and chemicals are amazingly useful for the investigation work he does. But they're also quite tricky to handle, safely at least. They're very dangerous. Oh. I'm sure that when this fire broke, the chemical inside would have ignited. Note to self, always walk on the right-hand side of Sholmes in future. The left is a danger zone. What is that? Let me return it the way I want. I see it, but I can see it. Give it to me, give it to me. No. It's fire. No, 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 no. Look at what's stuck there. Can I undo this? Oh look, there's a hole at the back. Doesn't look like much of a bullet hole, but clearly something's ripped through the leather with great force. Something must have pierced it somehow and have left this hole behind. Yeah, looks that the way. Mr. Sholmes and his porch both took a beating, didn't they? What about the dent? What about the dent? It's really scorched badly just here. Oh, the strap is broken, look! Must be where the bullet hit then. Let me see. Please take it off for me. Oh, thank you. We found the bullet. What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was. Do you see it? That's... the Skulkin brothers' bullets. A stroke of luck that it hit this pouch. This is an amazing discovery. This means there were 3 bullets fired at Winnie Banks that night. We found exactly what that juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet. It's time to press that juror again, I think. Hallelujah. We're gonna finish this summation examination. And after that, I'm gonna have to call it my throat is start to kill me. This is the bullet that was fired from... We're also running out of time, but you know, even if we still have some left over, we're just gonna make a clean cut there. The bullet that was fired from the Skulkin brothers' gun on the night of the incident. Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all. Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing, it saved him. Hurley's always lucky like that. Well, considering what he had to go through in hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was. Oh dear, poor Hurley. Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It would be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here. There's still a way to turn this around somehow, I'm sure of it. Let me save though, so I don't just blow it all.
Hold it!
Hold it! Yeah. There's another bullet. Oh, you mean like this one right here?
Take that!
Here it is. We've discovered it just now. Yes. On the night in question in Winnie Bank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? He hits me with another pose. This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes. As your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. You already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in the photographic print. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Winniebank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. And examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet has been fired from each. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered at the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Ah. Ugh. Shot through the heart, and you're too late. Order! While the summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendants has been built. This is my prerogative in this situation. I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter! What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Witnesses. Governor! Where are you listening, though? What? Were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? By what? What did I misread? Did I say a wrong word? Prerogative? Is that not how it's pronounced? Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Oh, by Jupiter. Okay. The only thing I could think of there was Jupiter Lighthouse. Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble and simply answer this one question. The third bullet has been seen and identified at the scene of a crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov. I don't make nothing of nothing. Is it one of yours? Go blimey, Gov. Go blimey, not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? Hey, what? Never. The Skulkin brothers work alone. It's just the 2 of us. That's our trademark. How soon we forgot poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Lummy. Oh, that's a net stretcher. Counsel for the defense. Yes? I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. I know who it is, but I don't know if they want me to just straight up point the guy out. The 3rd bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm, from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this 3rd bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. Well, either they had a secret accomplice, or it had nothing to do with them. I think it had nothing to do with them, and they only arrived after everything already went down. I believe it has nothing to do with them. Eh? Nash? That's right. Yeah, nothing to do with us, Gov. We've established that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 guns already known to the court. The logical conclusion, therefore, is that on that night in question, at Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery, there was another person present in possession of a third firearm. Whilst the brothers may have had nothing to do with the third gun or the bullet fired from it, it's inconceivable that they had nothing to do with the third man. Yes, the brothers were working with an accomplice who was carrying a gun. Okay, so it doesn't matter if you pick one or three. An accomplice, you say? Picks one. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a third man. If this apparent wraith-like being exists, the court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, prove evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. So first I show the blood evidence of the bullet, and then I show the guy, or the disc. The Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? It's supposed to prove the existence of its accomplice and reveal the person's identity even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is... The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. And so, my Japanese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference. In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene? Well... Oh wait, oh, do they want the bullet or do they want the blood thing? Oh, the bullet or the blood, the bullet or the blood. I mean, the blood definitely places him on the scene, so it has to be this.
Take that!
The evidence is right here in this portfolio. By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of a third intruder? Well, which one is it? Has to be this one. I mean, no. The disc, you know, that could just be any time, but this definitely happened during that day.
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a bloodstain, my lord. Bloodstain? Green blood. Curious, even for you. If the court... Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? No, don't worry, I'm not accusing you, my guy. It's something developed by Mr. Sherlock Holmes. The great detective? New invention, stop. Not yet appeared in stories, stop. it's this, you see? It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fog spray is a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood and changes its color. You're right, it was the judge. It was the parasite sitting on the judge's head. Different elements of people's blood? Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So, by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Ooh, that brings the whole extra dimension to looking at blood. You know what it means. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Winnibang. Ah, a striking blow. Yes, so you see, the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot on the main part of the shop. Now hold your fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incidents, couldn't it? No, it could not be unrelated. Look at the date, dumbbears. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Winniebank was killed. By God. Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Then whose blood is it? Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else, the third intruder in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity McCord is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? Eggard Benedict.
Take that!
I summon you. The man's name is Eggard Benedict. Eggard Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, Consul? He paid a visit to Winniebank's pawnbrokery in the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession, I summoned eggs in attack mode. Aha, you activated my trap card. My eggs become scrambled, which gives them extra nutritional flavor, so when I use them to fuse into a bigger monster, it gives them plus 700 attack. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggard Benedict. Oh yes, von Sieg scrambled my eggs. That attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Broker, we heard all this. Yeah, come on, hurry it up. It's him with a Josuke. Dr. Gregson was there at the time. He can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Winniebank for a print showing the fellow. Taken from one of those red-handed recorder gubbins. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Winniebank that morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice? Well, Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin. Never seen the geezer before in my life. Never in my life, go all my life. Never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nepalese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. I mean, it has to be the record. Because that's the, you know, the blood tie. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something like this, something has been missing in this trial for the very start. But now, I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Yes. I will present the evidence now. Proof that the man in the picture and the photographic print was, in fact, the person.
Take that!
Take that! As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windy Banks, which is when the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man had attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was time? Yeah, I'm trying to speedrun this to get to the save. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. I hope that today's crash will be later, so you know. Worst case, I'll just save on the spot. And nothing will be lost. It's not like this is a cutscene. I just wish they would stop all the flashbacks. The whole game is one long cutscene? Okay, but I can pause the cutscene whenever I want. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed. And the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain, is it? My sister and I have analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom. Using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the result to this portfolio. I say, it's green. The exact same color that the blood on the calendar. And the evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict, who was in Windy Banks earlier that day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. I love how there's a full guilty verdict, but we turned it around. Oh, what are you talking about? It's spoiling in here. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Egbert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. I would certainly assume that we can look forward to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Well... I forgot he has that move. And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a lot of rubbish? No, I mean, he's a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, The examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief. What did you just say, young girl? And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? Well, we're using the courtroom against him. Get fucked! It doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right! Young lady, you have quite a devious mind. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Bruno. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. After that shrewd, precise presses of the situation from an entirely unexpected source. It must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Yeah!
Not guilty.
Guilty.
What?
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Thank you. Why is the doctor trying to fuck us over? 2 called guilty and 4 called not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination. My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord von Zix, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. Yeah. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Agatha Benedict, is quite clearly false. Fuck! I wanted him to be called Agatha Benedict. I don't believe it. Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? Was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Juror number 5. What have you to say, madam? If possible, Inspector. Me, ma'am? I wonder if you might show your photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman is shown. Alright, yeah, this one, you mean? Of Mr. Benedict? She gonna Morse code the picture out? Yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say... Do you know this man? Yes, I know him. What? No. Good gracious. Order! 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 I didn't think they would drag this out so long. Oh my god, I'm so nervous. Juror number 5, how on earth? I'm a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also, a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop. A very talented operator, in fact, stop. He should be in the communication station now, stop. I'm tapping away at the telegraph, stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. My finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. Suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yeah, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena, however you pronounce that, him within the hour. Lord Von Zieks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste, as your lordship bids. The court will recess for an hour. When the new witnesses arrive, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson? Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on that day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. We did it. We actually did it. Oh. Alright, thanks for checking out today's stream. I'll be seeing you tomorrow for more of this. And this is the final week. Friday Monster Hunter comes out, and I would really like to finish Final Fantasy and, if possible, Yakuza by then, but I don't know, we'll see. And even also, you know, I also kind of want to start Monster Hunter on Friday, so if my internet could get itself in check so we can actually play it and I don't have to, you know, wait on it like some dog drooling before his food gets set down. Before he gets a treat. Anyway, see you tomorrow. Bye bye.